This is Winnipeg Sports Talk Daily with Andrew Hustler Paterson and Michael Remis.
Well, what's up, everybody? Welcome to a little early edition of WST, Free Agent Frenzy Day in the National Hockey League on a Wednesday in the middle of the summer. Lots of interest around the league and lots of moves happening already, and we figured, what the heck, let's get her going at 11 a.m. when everything starts happening. We'll take you right through our normal time, probably till around 3 o'clock this afternoon. So welcome to the show. Great to have you all with us, and we got a great group of guests popping on over the course of the next 4 hours or so here on WST today to follow everything happening around the National Hockey League. We'll kick things off, taking a look at the Jets situation heading into today with our good friend, the voice of the Winnipeg Jets on 680 CJOB, Paul Edmonds. A little later on, Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period is going to jump on, take a good look around the league, and Ian Mendes in Ottawa. I'm not sure. We'll ask Michael Remis about this in a second, whether we're officially ready to raise the off-season champions banner in the nation's capital of Ottawa, but a ton of excitement around the Senators. Ian Mendes will jump on. We'll also have Murat join us today. Mike McIntyre down from Canada Life Center. And we'll check in with our buddy Tommy Gazzola, handsome Tommy from Edmonton, as the Oilers looking to make a splash in net and already bringing back one Evander Kane. As always, a big thanks to the sponsors that make this show happen each and every day. Our friends at Coolbet Canada, Canadian Club Whiskey, Assiniboia Downs, the Nick and Nicky DQ Group, Boston Pizza, Princess Auto, Little Brown Jug, Not Auto Corp, Breezy Bend Country Club, Royal Sports, Manitoba Battery, Culligan Water, Vita Health Fresh Market, F Apparel, Wallace & Wallace, and, of course, our friends at Aikens Lake. Cannot wait to get out on the lake in a few weeks. Let's get Michael Remis in here and get this party started. Remo, what's going on? You managed to get the cobwebs out after a great night at Assiniboia Downs and ready for an extended show this afternoon?
Oh, yeah. I got a good sleep in. Not too late, though. Gotta keep track of all these signings. I got to be honest, I was up late watching Kevin Weeks' Twitter feed, tweeting from his hotel about Evander Kane's return. And what was the other one? Jack Campbell? It was really late, but the signings are coming in fast and furious, Huss. It is just after 11, and it seems like they've been kind of coming in for the last, 12 hours. I don't know. I thought there was no tampering here,
what a farce.
Although I'm actually glad they have this no tampering because I remember they had the waiting period and the signings would all come out so early. You want the signings on exactly 11 o'clock. So this has been perfect. We did right off the gate. We did have two right when we went live. Jack Campbell to Edmonton. That's not a surprise. We've been talking about that. But this was the one where, like, okay, where is he going to go? Claude Giroux did sign with Ottawa. 3 years, $19.5 million, 6.5 AAVs, 34, 65 points last season. And I think it is safe to say Ottawa are off-season champions.
Raise the banner. Yeah. Raise the banner right now. Pierre Dorion can strut around like Vince McMahon for the rest of the day. They have had just an amazing week. Heading into the draft, getting DeBrincat, the Cam Talbot trade, now Claude Giroux. A pretty nice haul so far. Nice to see the Bobfather back. Finished. Does anyone have a better gig right now than Mackenzie?
No.
I mean, he kicks back in the summer, drinks his margaritas, pimps his margaritas, and now just jumps on and starts breaking news left, right, and center. Also hearing, you mentioned Jack Campbell reportedly going to Edmonton for 5 years at $5 million. I guess it would be the term that was an issue for the Toronto Maple Leafs, that they didn't want to give him that sort of money. I mean, I'm still skeptical as to whether Matt Murray is any sort of an upgrade from Jack Campbell. Certainly the cost will be just slightly less. I mean, I believe Murray's AAV after the Senators kept 25% was in at about 4.875. So a negligible difference between Murray to Campbell, but it's the rest of the term. And the Edmonton Oilers pushing their chips in, thinking that Jack Campbell will be the guy that can continue their progress towards being a true championship contender after making it to the conference finals this year. But the Leafs have added another goaltender, Ilya Samsonov, joining the Leafs on a 1-year deal at $1.8 million. So it's interesting. They at least have two guys that I think they're confident that can play games. That sort of competition in the net will be something that we'll pay attention to. But speaking of goalies, and again, we'll talk about this with Paul when he joins us in a few minutes, Remo. When we're talking about the Winnipeg Jets, I don't think anyone expects the Jets to be making huge splashes in free agency. But what happens behind Connor Hellebuck right now? I mean, I've sort of been talking about this for the last couple of weeks that, while Eric Comrie's been a huge part of this team and certainly is beloved in the organization and around, he's got a big opportunity going into right now to test his value in and around the National Hockey League. And there's two things. Money is one thing. And even if the Jets had as good money or maybe even better money than some of the other offers that would be on the table, is Eric Comrie going to get a chance to play very much? And the bottom line is, as long as Connor Hellebuck is here in Winnipeg, his opportunity for playing time is probably going to be significantly less than most other spots in and around the National Hockey League. So it would be sad to see him go. He's been such a great member of the organization and, is just such a phenomenal young man. But you have to think that, at this point with unrestricted free agency here, and the season that he just came off of, there will be interest in the league. There's a real scarcity on the goaltending market. And Eric Comrie looking for not only a bit of a raise, but also the chance to play, I think, is going to really impact his decision today.
Yeah, Ken Weeb tweeting out we get to Andrew Kopp shortly. He says with free agency set to officially open in just under 10 minutes, that was before it started, is expecting he'll be in. Jets will look to get a backup goalie. Not impossible Comrie returns, but he wants to get more playing time. And we were saying that all last year. He had great numbers, and the Jets didn't want to play him. And I forget what the number of games he needed to play. He could have been an RFA. Do you remember what number?
It's the group 6.
Yeah.
I'd have to look, but I mean, it's a technical term where if a guy has been in the league for a certain amount of time and doesn't play X amount of games, they have UFA status. And I'll say this, I think everyone knows, more often than not, if you're trying to win hockey games, you're putting your best guy in, and Connor Hellebuck has been that guy. But Eric Comrie proved that he was certainly up to the challenge throughout the year. And I would say organizationally, that might be a little bit of a failure, because I think if Eric Comrie's a restricted free agent, we're having a very different conversation today about who and what the Jets will be spending at the backup goaltending position. So that will be something that we'll certainly focus in on. I think you're probably looking at in and around $1 million. Between league minimum and maybe 1.5. And what the Jets have to pay at that position, will in a lot of ways be dictated by what's happening around the league. Listen, we can talk all we want about Winnipeg as a free agent destination for most players. I think it's safe to say they're probably towards the bottom of the list. But often, the chance to win, opportunity for players will, make that more attractive. The backup goaltender in Winnipeg is not an opportunity. Is not one of those spots where I think you've got a ton of opportunity. It's kind of more like the old Jim Sorgi position, playing backup quarterback behind a guy like Peyton Manning. You're going to be on the bench most of the time and going forward. And, as far as that, beyond Eric Comrie, Reem, I think in all likelihood, we'll see the Jets probably address the bottom 6. We did speak earlier about the fact that Evgeny Svechnikov is not qualified. I guess there's the potential that he could be brought back on a different deal. But the Winnipeg Jets, I think, focus in on the bottom 6 right now. And the other big question is whether there will be some trades today or whether they sort of follow today's free agent frenzy for teams that maybe were left out that are still looking to, maybe add particularly to the blue line as the Jets have that surplus of veteran defensemen.
Yeah, and we keep hearing, okay, well, a team who missed out on Giroux, would want to sign, would maybe look to trade for a Blake Wheeler. And, Brendan Dillon's a name who's been floated out. If the Oilers, can't sign Brett Kulak or some team misses out on a defenseman, maybe, there's not a ton available. Maybe you look to make a trade for Dillon. So it's possible after some dominoes fall and you kind of see who ends up with who, a trade is made. I feel like we've been talking about that since Paul Maurice got hired. In Florida, they had the Duclair injury. They didn't get Giroux. Like, would they want to take on Blake Wheeler? So that is, and he probably wants to go to a team that has a chance to win. He has a residence in Florida. So that's an interesting scenario there. And so we'll wait and see for the Jets. We are watching Andrew Kopp as well, where he's going to sign. And that was the debate all year on this show. Okay, how much is he going to get? Is he going to get over $5 million? I think it became pretty clear he's going to get over 5. Is he going to get over 5.5? Is he going to get over 6? Ken did tweet before. And this is like the Woj before, like, breaking the draft without. I'm getting a strong feeling here.
Okay, the insider game right now is so funny.
Yeah, he says, my projection is Andrew Kopp signs a 5-year deal with his hometown Red Wings north of 5.35 and south of 6, similar to the Zach Hyman contract. So we'll wait to see Andrew Kopp. And I think going home might be the theme of the day, with especially Johnny Gaudreau. And that happened last night while we were at the Downs. They announced, or was reported by Frank and all the insiders, that he's not going back to Calgary, and it's a family decision for him. And look, I thought about this a lot. I mean, if you're a player, you get drafted to a team, you really have no say in your career. You pretty much have like one shot here when you turn 27 or after I think it's 8 years. Is it 8 years in the league? But anyways,
yeah,
to decide where you're gonna work, and all of us here, we can decide where we're gonna work. You have full say. So if Johnny Gaudreau, he's earned the right, and if he wants to play closer to his family, whether it be New Jersey or Philly, we're waiting on that. Well within his right, but this Flames looking in a bad spot here, especially with Matthew Tkachuk as an RFA.
Well, there's a lot of bad blood from Flames fans right now, and I wouldn't be surprised with the organization. Apparently, that was reportedly a really tough conversation last night. The Flames had done everything they could to keep Johnny Gaudreau, reportedly upping their offer north of $10 million a year on an 8-year deal. The bottom line is Johnny's going to be leaving money on the table unless someone's signing him to a 7-year deal for 12 plus. But as you just mentioned, that's one's rights. At a certain point, I mean, how much money does somebody need? They want the best situation. Although what I think a lot of Flames fans took as maybe a little disingenuous was how much Johnny and his people had said over the last little bit that, Calgary was home to him. He was looking for and wanting a long-term deal there. If you're not saying yes to eight years at north of $10 million, there's a lot of people that, that are looking back and think that's BS. Let's just say the text line with my old pals, Pat Steinberg and Will Nault in Calgary this morning was hot on the morning show as well. But, we'll stay on top of all of this. I mean, a couple of other things that have seemed to be in the mix right now. As I mentioned, Ilya Samsonov going to the Toronto Maple Leafs on a 1-year, $1.8 million deal. Giroux to Ottawa, 3 years at 6.5, 19.5 for the total term. And somehow, Edmonton was able to call at 11 a.m. and wrap up a 5-year, $25 million deal with Jack Campbell in about 2 minutes. So obviously Ken Holland's working fast right now, or maybe there was tampering. We'll get to all of that in just a second. Oh, go ahead.
We do have some breaking baseball news. I see this in chat. Ken Rosenthal reporting. The Blue Jays thought enough free agent frenzy taking the attention away from them. They've announced, or Ken Rosenthal reporting, the Blue Jays have fired Charlie Montoyo as manager. So
Whoa!
Big day for hockey news, but also the Blue Jays making the news. And look, they've been on a slide. Players haven't been performing. It seems like this has been, coming for a while. Maybe some questions about bullpen management, but I think the bottom line is that you haven't been getting what you need about the players. You got to make a move. Seems to be the easy one to make. Great guy, loved by everyone, but the team just hasn't had the success and lived up to those lofty expectations.
Well, it's funny you say that because our next guest is a perfect guy to talk hockey and baseball with, although I don't think we'll spend too much time on baseball. But just before we do that, I do want to thank our friends at Wallace & Wallace for their great support of Winnipeg Sports Talk. Of course, Wallace & Wallace are not only the fencing and overhead door specialist, but they're also the specialist for boathouse doors. If you're ripping around the lake this weekend, and there's one that catches your eye, chances are it is one of theirs. They've got all sorts of steel, aluminum door, polycarbonate or glass panels, and the design that's perfect for your little piece of paradise. And if you're thinking your boathouse door could use some TLC now that the high water's receding, you can give them a call to arrange a service visit at 204-452-2700. Hit them up at wallacedoors.com or check out their showroom on Lawson Road. And of course, they're also the leader in fencing and overhead doors. They just came in and took care of Remis's garage last week. And of course, if you're looking for a fence around town, you pretty much know that it's from Wallace & Wallace. Big thanks to them for their support of the program. Hey, I got to give a shout out to my guy, Andrew Parks over at F Apparel. I know there's been a lot of talk in the chat about getting to a certain number of likes on a program, and I'll be wearing a suit. Well, I'll tell you what, the class level of WST may very well be raised in the near future. Got fitted out yesterday. Really looking forward to that. What a great experience and what a great group of people down at F Apparel. Custom suits beginning at $400. They've got all sorts of different models for you to choose from. And if you want to really spice it up, you can get whatever you want on the inside of the coat too, much like we saw so many of those young players at the NHL draft do. F Apparel's down at 190 Smith Street downtown. And check out more online with everything they've got for you at that's EPHapparel.com. And what a perfect time for me to plug our friends over at Aikens Lake Wilderness Lodge, because a veteran of Aikens is about to jump on with us. We're going to be hitting up Aikens in early August. You've heard me talk about it before. You'll be on the water in less than 2 hours. Basically a little piece of paradise off the grid here in Manitoba. And the best part about it is the incredible people that run the place, led by our great friends, Pitt and Julie Turenne. AikensLake.com online. Check out all their social feeds and make sure to be following their social feeds in early August when we pull some monsters out of that lake. Aikens veteran and voice of the Winnipeg Jets on 680 CJOB, Paul Edmonds joins us now. Paulie, I know we're going to talk a lot of hockey, but how have you been, and have they been biting for you lately?
Hustler, I regret to inform you that I only got my boat in the water on Saturday. I only purchased my fishing license earlier last week. No, there's been a number of different things that have gone on. Like, I guess we can declare that COVID has kind of come to a conclusion in terms of how it's interrupted our lives. And so we've had 7 straight weekends of either kids hockey or baseball. So that's kind of taken away from some of that extra time that I would normally have to be out at the Winnipeg River and fishing. But after sort of this free agent frenzy day and some other work commitments this week, and provincial baseball championships for 15 UAA in Hamiota this weekend, I am scot-free and looking forward to drowning a lot of bait. Let's put it that way.
Well, that's wonderful to hear. And once again, thanks for coming on. It's always so much fun to have you on. Let's kind of take our fishing analogy to today. How many lines in the water might one Kevin Stenlund have right now? From your perspective, you're obviously focusing on the team that you cover and call the games for. Give us your perspective on the Jets situation coming into today, as far as free agents, as well as the roster and the cap situation of the team right now.
Well, I don't see that there's going to be a lot of movement or a lot of play for free agents today for Kevin Stenlund and the Winnipeg Jets. And it's simply because we can speculate all we want on what's going to happen with a couple of players, what's going to go on with Blake Wheeler, Pierre-Luc Dubois, Jansen Harkins, Mason Appleton, all of them except Wheeler, who's already under contract for 2 more years, require new contracts. So there's going to be some healthy paydays coming, and presumably a raise for Pierre-Luc Dubois, also because you still control him. And if you're not in the market to try to deal him, and the deal that maybe is on a table or being proposed by another team isn't favorable for you, and that's what you got to look out for, is your own team, your own organization, and the future, not just now, but the future as well, then you're just not going to make a desperation move for the sake of making a trade. So all of those guys need contracts. They do need raises with those contracts. So there's not going to be a whole lot of money that's going to be available. I also look and say, okay, on the free agent market, if in fact Pierre-Luc Dubois and Blake Wheeler are going to be Winnipeg Jets for 2022-2023 to start, you don't really require a top 6 forward. So the only thing that you're probably going to do in terms of forwards is to maybe fill some spots toward your bottom 12, 13, 14 forward. You also have a lot of guys that are pushing in from the Manitoba Moose, as we saw last year, because it became important that those players got the opportunity through situations like injury, like COVID. And there was a number of those Manitoba Moose that proved that they could kind of come up into the lineup. So your third line is pretty secure. Dominic Toninato, you're going to have David Gustafsson. You're also going to try to reward some guys moving up. And Jeff Murat had a real good year with the Manitoba Moose, leading them in scoring. Mikey Asamont led them in scoring and points overall. Murat had the goal sort of record for the team with the Manitoba Moose. So there's some guys there that I think are going to push into the lineup. Christian Reichel's another one of those guys. I don't see a lot of opportunity for players on the free agent market to step into Winnipeg unless you're looking for, another veteran to kind of come in and be a penalty killer. That's about the only move that I could see, unless you go big. And big would require something in the neighborhood of moving a Pierre-Luc Dubois or a Blake Wheeler or whatever that sort of happens to be. On the defensive side, I don't see any movement at all. The only thing I would see is maybe some subtraction if you wanted to open up an opportunity for some of those guys, like I mentioned on the Moose roster, the Chisholms, the Kovaceviches, the Gavankas. I mean, those types of players are going to push into this lineup at some point. Sandberg as well. What do you do with Logan Stanley? They have to have an opportunity to play. So I don't see anybody making a play for defensemen on the Winnipeg Jets this year. In fact, I would be very emphatic and say that there's not going to be anything happen in that regard. The one area of interest for me with the Winnipeg Jets is what's going to happen with Eric Comrie. I think toward the stretch down at the end of the season last year, he more than proved that he was a capable backup for Connor Hellebuyck. And he is an unrestricted free agent. There is a caveat on him because he hasn't played as many games as a goaltender. So there are some things that you kind of got to maneuver around. But for the most part, he is an unrestricted free agent. He does like Winnipeg. They do need a backup goaltender. He's a guy that gets along with the goaltending coach in Wade Flaherty, the guy that's in front of him on the depth chart in Connor Hellebuyck. There's real good symmetry between all three of those guys. So I can't see that the Winnipeg Jets are just going to let him kind of move down the road, because then they would have to have a need. And I don't know that there's anybody just quite ready to step up from the Manitoba Moose in the goaltending situation to assume the backup role. So that's going to be something for me here that's going to be of interest to watch down the stretch, and that's the backup goaltender.
Well, absolutely, Paul. And, you make a great point on Eric Comrie about, how well-liked he is. I mean, he's been a mainstay in this organization. No matter what's happened to him getting claimed, he's always come back. The one thing that the Winnipeg Jets have going against them in this situation, I guess number one, is the market. I mean, I think we've seen there is a real premium right now on goaltending. And Eric Comrie, to your point, I mean, certainly proved that he was more than capable of being an NHL backup. The one thing that the Jets can't offer that many other do, or many other teams will be able to, is the playing time that one would get if you weren't sitting behind a Vezina Trophy winning goaltender like Connor Hellebuyck. And, I do think that if there's anything, I can't imagine that it will be a money thing, but I do think that that will be the biggest challenge. And when Eric Comrie, without a deal right now and able to talk to the teams around the National Hockey League, the one thing that might get him to consider leaving the peg is the fact that he might be able to go to find a situation where the fact of the matter is he could get the net a little bit more and actually play more, not behind a guy as established as Connor.
That's a good point as well. But I'm not so sure that that opportunity might not present itself right here with the Winnipeg Jets. I mean, Connor Hellebuyck's played a lot of games in the last handful of years, and I know that he likes the work, but the trend is with goaltending in today's NHL is to just pull back on the reins a little bit, not have these guys play 67, 68 games and make that many appearances, but maybe get down to something a little bit more in around that 60 mark. So that maybe opens up 5, 6, 7 more starts for Eric Comrie. So the best fit for him financially and in terms of term and playing time might just be where he has been for the last number of years, notwithstanding some little airdrops into Tucson or over into New Jersey or Arizona. But I know that Eric Comrie has often been very fond and vocal of the Winnipeg Jets organization, the city, the province, all of it. I can't see him moving along unless something just absolutely gobsmacks him in terms of an offer, and then he has to just take it because it's business and it's the business of the opportunity for him. But I think I'll be keeping an eye on to see what happens there, because if you lose Eric Comrie, there's a hole that needs to be filled, and you're trying to develop. And that's the other thing too. You put some time and resource into developing your backup goaltender behind Connor Hellebuyck. And now you're going to have to do that again. And if you're thinking about along the lines of, like I just said, with maybe reducing a little bit of that playoff time or that time to make up for it in the playoffs in the regular season for Connor Hellebuyck, who's going to assume those minutes? And the guy right now for me is Eric Comrie. He'll get a raise. I think he stays with the Jets. That's where I'm kind of looking to see what goes and what happens when it comes to the negotiations with his camp and the team.
Paul Edmonds, voice of the Jets on 680 CJOB, joining us here on Winnipeg Sports Talk and NHL Free Agency, getting on with a little bit of an early start. If you're just finding the channel, make sure to hit that red subscribe button. We are normally live at 1 p.m. Central every day, but wanted to double it up today with so many great guests and a lot of intrigue in and around the league. Paul, back to the blue line for a minute, and I completely agree with you. I mean, there just simply isn't room or money to add any more defensemen right now as the roster is currently constructed. And I think many of us, myself included, were expecting potentially one or more of those defensemen to potentially move on in the offseason to create that room you spoke of for some of these young defensemen, particularly, trying to earn spots and get the opportunity from the Manitoba Moose. It hasn't happened at this point. How do you see that situation playing forth? Because the one thing that maybe plays into Cheveldayoff's hands is that there is not a really premium crop of unrestricted free agent defensemen right now. Do you sort of see this working? Like, we'll go through today or tomorrow, we'll see some of those names fall off, and the teams that are still feel that they are needy on the blue line then circle back, and Cheveldayoff can say, I told you what my price is, pay it, and let's go.
Well, I mean, there is, I think, sometimes a good business sense, and when it comes to patience and waiting to see what happens, and then desperation creeps in for somebody that maybe didn't get their guy and does have to fill a hole and a need. And that's maybe where you're sitting with a bountiful of resources in that department. And if it depends on what you're looking for, a guy that can play the right side, a guy that can play the left side, a veteran guy, maybe a younger guy that you want to kind of fit in. So I think from that standpoint, it's a pillar of strength for the Winnipeg Jets to sit, be patient, see what's going on in the market, and then maybe entertain offers from other teams that are desperate to fill that need in that hole. And Winnipeg has a lot of those. And then the other part of that is that it allows you, if you move a piece, get something back in return, which you're going to feel comfortable with that negotiation, that you're going to have an opportunity for somebody to step in. Like I said, Dylan Sandberg, Declan Chisholm, Billy Hainala, Leon Gavanka, Jonathan Kovacevic. They've all got to try to find a way into the lineup at some point in the next, well, maybe not this fall, but certainly in the next year or two. And I think that from the Jets standpoint, it's an embarrassment of riches on what they have on the blue line. And so from, I guess, Kevin Cheveldayoff's perspective, you're not really doing a whole lot other than maybe entertaining some offers. Are you maybe shopping? Sure. But that's only to maybe generate some interest in what you maybe have available to maybe part with. because there is a lot of guys pushing up from the bottom. And I do remember, I hearken back, Huss, and I know you want to get back to another question, but I do remember Paul Maurice saying a number of years ago that this organization will really arrive as a true National Hockey League organization when the AHL players are pushing up into the NHL rosters. And that's what you're seeing on the blue line right now with the Winnipeg Jets from the Manitoba Moose.
No, there's no doubt about that. Paulie, were you surprised that the Jets didn't qualify Evgeny Svechnikov? And is there more to that? I mean, it's not set in stone that he's gone. I mean, this has happened in the past. They didn't qualify Joe Morrow and then did sign him subsequently. But interested in your perspective on a guy that was basically found money for the team last year, wasn't going to cost very much. Is this a matter of trying to find a different type of player for a bottom six role under Rick Bowness?
You know, surprise is never a word that I use, being around for a number of years. I found it curious from the standpoint that my question would be, okay, why? And that question has not been answered publicly. So there has to be something, as you're speculating with. You know, there was a number of opportunities that he was granted. I know he was playing on the top line for a while, Pierre-Luc Dubois, but it just didn't seem to have that fit. It never gelled like when they were in the QMJHL. He never put up the points. And he was given opportunity. He was a great guy. There's no question about it. There was a lot of people that enjoyed being around Svechnikov and just the comedic sort of role that he had and the way he talked. And he was a good guy. He was really good to us. He was always obliging with his time. And from that standpoint, I guess I kind of scratch my head and say, okay, well, why didn't it work out here? But you're right. Maybe there's something else. Maybe they feel that they don't have to qualify him and then automatically give him that 10% raise where they can just turn around and re-sign him to the league minimum, and he's going to be happy doing that. I know he was happy in Winnipeg, but I can't tell you exactly the reasons as to why they didn't qualify him and let him go and another player go, and they'll deal with the guys that they're going to deal with in terms of the contract negotiations, whether that's just straight up or going to arbitration with the guys that they qualified as the RFAs. But there are a few other guys that are ahead of those players that will take some precedent and priority, Pierre-Luc Dubois being probably the top of the list.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Paul, let's get some live reaction to a couple deals that are coming in right now over the wire. First up, the most recent one, and this has an effect on Andrew Kopp. Vinny Trocheck has signed with the New York Rangers, a 7-year deal, just south of $40 million, a cap hit of $5.63 million. And it sounds like the Kopp deal is done as well, with him going back to his hometown Detroit Red Wings. The Rangers were a very intriguing team because throughout the playoffs, 5 years and $5.625 for Andrew Kopp. I mean, that's a contract that young man earned betting on himself, and a pretty neat story of him going back to a rebuilding Red Wings team. But the Rangers, throughout the playoffs, we were hearing that it was going to be Strome or Kopp. Sounds like it's neither of those guys. They potentially were going to be in on Nazem Kadri, but it is Vincent Trocheck that goes to the Rangers. And obviously, as we're just hearing reported, Andrew Kopp going back to his home state of Michigan.
Well, I see Trocheck, as you mentioned, 7 years. That's lengthy for, that's the maximum that you can offer for a player that wasn't in your control. And it's over $5.5 million. My thought on it is this. I feel that Andrew probably wanted to stay in New York. It was a fit for him. It seemed by all indications that he jived with the organization and with the city, and then certainly with former teammate and Michigan resident in Jacob Trouba at Michigan, and then with the Winnipeg Jets. But obviously they were looking for a little bit more than 5.6 that Vinny Trocheck got, and that would be probably north of $6 million, and the Rangers just didn't have it. So when things broke off there was always that speculation that he could return home. And if he's going to go home, and I'm kind of waiting for the numbers to pop up on me, that's great for him because there was always a lot of talk about that. He's true to his home state and to the program that he grew up in with Michigan, and then all of his youth hockey there as well. Grew up a Detroit Red Wings fan, so this is probably very special for him. But it's also special for him from that business standpoint. Number one, he's going to get an opportunity to be a second-line center on that team. and he's probably going to get an opportunity to play with some specialty teams with Dylan Larkin, another guy that he knows from Michigan. So that's important to Andrew. I know that. And then the money will be available because Detroit had a number of dollars available in cap space to throw at Andrew Kopp. So he'll get everything that he wanted. He'll get paid, he'll get a term, and he'll get lots of ice time playing the position in a top six role that he always felt he was capable of playing, but never really felt that he was quite given the opportunity to do that in Winnipeg, and then certainly didn't get the money on in Manhattan that he probably wanted or felt he commanded.
Now, the St. Louis Blues are making some moves in the Central Division. Of course, trading Ville Husso to those Red Wings that we just spoke about. They had a need for a backup goaltender. They get Thomas Greiss on a 1-year deal at 1.3. But this is an interesting one. An 8-year extension, Paul, for Robert Thomas. And the numbers are big. $65 million for the term of the contract, an $8.13 million cap hit, 20 goals last year, 77 points in 72 games. A big piece of the Blues core wrapped up long term.
Yeah, I think you like this player from the standpoint that Robert Thomas has proven that he's an NHLer, and he's been with the St. Louis Blues since 2018, 2019. He's had playoff experience with them for all 4 of the years that he's been around. 20 goals last year, over a point per game player, 77 points in 72 games, 23 years old. So why not, open up the bank vault, give him the wheelbarrow, make sure that tire's at full inflation, and say, here you go, wrap it up and let's get that $8.1 million per annum. He's the future of the franchise, there's no doubt. They like the way he plays. He has some grit to him as well, but he certainly has a lot of high-end offensive talent. And, St. Louis has been around ever since they won the Stanley Cup and beat the Winnipeg Jets en route to getting there. They've been around, and they've been playing some pretty good hockey. 12 playoff games this past year. So, the year before they were swept, I understand that. But I think Robert Thomas is the future. They see it that way. And he's proven that he can put up points in the National Hockey League. So if you want to keep a guy like that around for a long time, they're going to have him for, into his 30s, that you have to reward him now. And now they don't have to worry about paying him. It might be at the point where you get 3 or 4 years into this, and if the cap does start to move with revenues starting to generate a little bit more and hum in the National Hockey League, that the $8 million plus that you're paying him might look like a deal in about 3 years.
Yeah, well, especially for a player at that age. He's 23 years old right now, and he's got 1 more year on the contract that he already had, Paul, at $2.8 million, which sort of gives St. Louis some interesting flexibility in that the extension doesn't kick until the following season, which means it might be a little more palatable for the Blues to keep Ryan O'Reilly and Vladimir Tarasenko on the books right now, both 1 year left on their deals before they're unrestricted free agents. I would imagine they'll do everything they can to keep O'Reilly around long term. It does sound like potentially Tarasenko could be on the move.
If I could interrupt, he went into last year, he asked for a trade, right? So
he was exposed to Seattle.
Yeah, they didn't facilitate it. And then he ended up playing pretty well all year. And then also back to Andrew Kopp, I see the numbers here, and I'm a little bit surprised that it's not north of $6 million. It's 5.625, which is the same amount of money as you mentioned that Vinny Trocheck got from the New York Rangers. So I'm
and 2 less years.
With 2 less years, I'm kind of curious as to why that wasn't consummated between the Rangers and then the Andrew Kopp camp. But I wonder maybe if the pull home was just too strong and he just said, for the same amount of money, let me go somewhere where I can be, play in front of friends and family. I got 5 years here. I'm in my late 20s. I see Andrew Kopp at some point, if he's well-heeled enough financially to kind of turn his attention from his playing days to being a coach. He's a cerebral guy that way. And I think this was maybe an opportunity where that draw, that polarization toward home was just too great. He'll take the the 5 years and the $28 million and go home and see if he can rock it for a couple of years. And in what is still a rebuild in the Motor City, but I think they're, with this signing for sure, looking like they're going to get better in a hurry here to try to be a competitive team for playoffs.
Hey, Paulie, I mean, the Oilers had that great run. I mean, they sort of won their cup, if you will, winning the Battle of Alberta against Calgary, and then, ran into that buzzsaw in Colorado. But, with the talent that they have, I mean, it is time for them to put their best foot forward. What do you think about Jack Campbell coming over from the Leafs, 5 years at $5 million per season? Is this a risk, or is this a shrewd move by Ken Holland?
Well, I think it's shrewd. I mean, you saw in the last couple of years, including against the Winnipeg Jets, where they were swept 4 straight, that while Mike Smith is a serviceable goaltender in the National Hockey League, he is prone to some bad goals, and he's into his 40s. I mean, you just cannot rely on him anymore. So goaltending has been an issue in Northern Alberta for the last number of years, and Mikko Koskinen was signed to, some would suggest, a ridiculous contract by Peter Chiarelli before he was unceremoniously dumped out of the GM's chair. So
the next day.
The next day. So I think that they were chasing their tail for a while to get a premium top flight goaltender. And I do believe that they targeted Jack Campbell. They get him. It's a multi-year deal. Let's see what happens. But I do like the move. It's risky for sure, because anytime that you're taking a flyer on somebody, it's going to be. And then, of course, you wonder why maybe he was kind of set free and available to the Edmonton Oilers from other teams. But I do think that this maybe at this point on paper fills that hole and that need for Ken Holland and the Edmonton Oilers to try to move forward with that missing link into their pursuit of winning a Western Conference championship and getting to the Stanley Cup final.
Speaking of risk for the Oilers, Evander Kane staying 4 years. I mean, it's not the 6 or 7 year deal, but there is some term. Evander hasn't quite lasted 4 years anywhere without without some incidents. That being said, I believe he had 35 goals in 58 games. I mean, it was the perfect rehab stint for a guy that really needed it in the perfect spot. It really does seem like this made too much sense for both sides not to come together and figure it out.
Well, I think that they had a little bit of a courting period, right? Okay, let's see how you perform here. Let's see if I like the city. And it all seemed like it was congruent for both parties. And he was almost a point-per-game player in the limited time that he did play with the Edmonton Oilers. So from that standpoint, I think that this is a good fit. What's curious to me is this is almost like the contract that he signed with the Winnipeg Jets prior to him being moved to Buffalo. And what it's kind of saying is maybe the market isn't as flush with the dollars that are available. So when you're shopping around thinking that you might be able to get something north of 6, it's just not out there. So you better circle back, kind of chop off a $500,000 per year and say, okay, at 5.5 or in around there for a multi-year deal, I think you should be satisfied under the direction of your agent. And I think that's exactly what happened with Evander Kane. It was a good fit for him. Maybe would have liked to have had a few more dollars, but they just weren't available on the table. So it's not like you left dollars on the table. They just weren't there. So I think that when you're standing firm, as the Edmonton Oilers are probably seeing in these negotiations, this is what we've got. We believe it's fair. If you can find something else, away you go. They just couldn't. And they just circled back to Edmonton and said, okay, we'll take the $5+ million for a multi-year deal. We've got a good fit there. We've got an opportunity, we think, to win a Stanley Cup. And now they've filled another need in the goaltending area of things. I think it's a good deal for Evander Kane. And let's see, Hustler, if he does fulfill the 4 years on that contract in Edmonton.
Yes, indeed. There'll be plenty of speculation and eyes on Evander. But as I said, it started out great. We'll just see how it ends. As excited, I think, as everyone in Edmonton, really for the last couple of years, when we saw what they did with Zach Hyman last year, this year with Jack Campbell and keeping Evander Kane. A very different story down Highway 2 in southern Alberta. Wow. I mean, Johnny Gaudreau turning down a reported 8-year contract in excess of $10 million. I mean, unless someone's going to pay him 12 or 12 and a half on a 7-year deal, he will be leaving money on the table. We'll see where he ends up. But man, Paul, that is a devastating blow for the Flames after such a great season.
I'll ask you this question before I sort of give you a statement. Are you surprised that he didn't sign in Calgary? Like, truly, are you surprised?
Well, I am a little bit. And the reason I say that is just because of everything that he and his people had been saying all along. I remember it last year when I was doing a number of shows on Sportsnet in Calgary with Pat Steinberg, and we were looking ahead to this potentially happening. But he's been saying all along, Calgary is home. I want to stay here. And I mean, I don't think that the Flames organization, if you're a Flames fan, you can't be sitting there going, geez, I can't believe they didn't go the extra mile. Listen, I don't think I would have even gone to 8 figures a year on an 8-year deal. I mean, there's some real inherent risk at that. But you know how important he is to that club. He had a Hart Trophy candidate season last year, and it is a huge step back in the short term for the Flames. Long term, maybe this is the best thing that ever happened to them. You never know what's going to happen with these legacy contracts, as we've seen before. But that is a game changer for a team that was the class of that division last season.
Okay, so I'm no lawyer, but I did stay in the Holiday Inn Express last night. So from that standpoint, I'll give you Exhibit A and Exhibit B and maybe Exhibit C. This is now maybe a boon for Matthew Tkachuk, okay, because now there's dollars available for him. And there might be some desperation for Calgary to almost overpay for him to keep him. But we've seen this played out before. Player says, loves the city, loves the organization, would love to stay. We're going to talk, blah, 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 blah. The list goes on. Jacob Trouba in Winnipeg. John Tavares in the New York Islanders organization. And when it doesn't happen in all of the time that is allotted these players to get a deal done, then you know something's up. I don't believe for 1 second, as hard as Brad Treliving went after Johnny Gaudreau with this incredible offer, and that's exactly what it is. I don't believe for 1 minute that Johnny Gaudreau and his camp were ever going to return to Calgary. They were going to test the free agent market, and they were going to do that exclusively south of the border. And it's not a Calgary thing. It's not a Winnipeg thing. Some of these American guys just do not want to play in Canada anymore after a while, and they would just prefer to play in the United States. And that's what it comes down to. I think if Johnny truly wanted to sign in Calgary, it would have been done months ago. And same thing with Jacob Trouba on a long-term deal, months before the 1-year contracts and then sliding toward free agency before the Jets had to move him. Same thing with John Tavares, with the exception, of course, him going from an American market to a Canadian market, but it has to be one exclusively his hometown, and it's the Toronto Maple Leafs. So when I see that these star players are offered handsome contracts to sign with the original teams that they've been with, and they don't, and they've had months in terms of negotiation time to do that, it tells me that they never had an interest in signing there to begin with. And that's what I firmly believe with Johnny Gaudreau and the Calgary Flames.
How much money do you think he's going to leave on the table? I mean, he can't sign for 8 years with any other team.
It's only 7 now, right? Because that's the maximum, because nobody controlled him. So it would be a 7-year deal. So you're going to leave an extra year of contract term on the table. That's number one. But I mean, they were over $10 million for Calgary. I think he's probably going to be an $8.5, $9.5 million player. So he might be leaving $500,000, $1 million, 1.5 on the table per annum. But I think that when you get to that point of your career, that you kind of factor in the taxes and where you're living and the opportunity to play in front of your family on a full-time basis and friends and just be comfortable in the area that you grew up in. See, I think there's going to be 2 teams that are really kind of interest for Johnny Gaudreau. Philadelphia, number one, because that's essentially his hometown. And then in the same state, because he grew up in New Jersey, it would be up with the Devils and what they're doing. So both teams are looking like Pavel Zacha gets traded today. So are the Devils trying to free up some cap space to sign Johnny Gaudreau to this incredible deal as well? Also, I mean, you had Lindblom that was bought out yesterday to try to free up some space. So are the Philadelphia Flyers doing the exact same thing? So this will be interesting. But as I said, I never felt for 1 minute with all the speculation that was going on about the overtures from Brad Treliving and the Calgary Flames that Johnny Gaudreau was going to stay long-term or even sign a 1-year deal in Calgary. He was looking to get out and go somewhere else.
Paul, speaking of, just to your point with what's happened with Gaudreau, and bring it back to Winnipeg, what do you make of the Jets situation with Pierre-Luc Dubois right now? Such an important part of the team, a guy that they traded Patrick Laine for, that now could be potentially heading to unrestricted free agency in a couple years. I mean, this is a major issue for the team, and I'm interested whether it gets solved in the short term or the long term.
Yeah, I think back to the slide of how this was handled with Jacob Trouba. So history should be your guide, right? That's what they always say. And so are they going to walk this to 2 1-year deals? Are they going to walk this to 1 2-year deal? Do you feel the need that you want to move him now? I mean, there's all kinds of things that are orbiting around when it comes to Pierre-Luc Dubois. There's no doubt he had a great season with the Winnipeg Jets this past season. There's no doubt that he provides a major value to the team. But there's maybe a draw for him, and it's been talked about that Montreal would be the favorable landing zone for him. He would like to go home and play in Quebec. I don't know what's going to happen there, Hustler. I really don't. Speculation runs rampant in these situations. I do believe that we're not hearing anything, so that probably means that the organization isn't actively pursuing moving him to said places like Montreal, and that they're just prepared for the negotiations that will be at hand. And, they'll make the qualifying offer to him, and that will include 10%. And I would imagine that his camp would be advising him with arbitration rights to say no, because that would be somewhere for me, and the numbers could be loose here, but somewhere in the neighborhood of about $6.5 million. Well, if I'm an agent, just kind of computing the math here and saying, if you really want to increase your value, why don't we try to go to arbitration so that you get more than just the 10%? Because if we can walk this thing through a year or 2 years, as I mentioned, then the starting point becomes that number that we finished with the Winnipeg Jets. So I'm not saying that he's gone. I'm not saying there's not an opportunity for him to sign long-term here, but it just doesn't appear like there's a willingness to want to stay in Winnipeg. And when there are those little sort of markers that get presented to you, you have to start to think about players that have done this in the past within your organization and outside and around the league. So I think that the organization's wise to that. We don't know what's going on in negotiations or the phone calls that are taking place because we're not privy. But I think that the Winnipeg Jets would love to have him here long term, but they need to be prepared in case that's not the case for Pierre-Luc Dubois and his camp's plans of his future.
Paulie, before we go, we've got a little breaking news. Elliot Friedman reporting Eric Comrie is headed to the Buffalo Sabres. 2 years, $1.8 million AAV. Obviously, a nice raise. Gets a couple years on the deal. And like I was mentioning before, a few better opportunities to actually go out and play. I'd imagine that's a big part. But if this is coming to fruition, and certainly Elliot's the best in the biz, that's it's a topic we knew we were going to probably have to talk about today. And Kevin Cheveldayoff, I'm sure, is on the phone right now addressing exactly that.
Well, great for Eric Comrie. He was a great soldier here with the Winnipeg Jets, and he was a fantastic human being over and above that. But from that standpoint, it now presents a hole. And do you fill that hole from your AHL roster if you're the Jets? Or do you now go out and try to pursue a veteran goaltender that would be very pleased to come to Winnipeg and be the backup for Connor Hellebuyck? I guess those two questions will be answered in good time.
Yeah, well, I think that'll be a little later on, and I think it's certainly option B. I mean, listen, Mikhail Burden's shown some promise at times, but I don't think he had the season that would say that he's been knocking on the door ready to go. So that'll be something I'm sure you and JT and the rest of the Jets crew will have your eyes on a little later on. Paulie, just before we go, fill us in on what you guys have planned for Jets TV. Will you do a wrap-up a little later on? What sort of content will you and the team downtown be cranking out?
Well, if there's anything that is newsworthy here from the Jets standpoint, social media, Jets TV, and certainly carrying anything that is live from Kevin Cheveldayoff's perch will be presented on a number of different digital platforms. And then I think that we'll probably try to put together a podcast and send that out. Generally speaking, what maybe happened or what didn't happen, and then certainly some of the big news of the day. So that's what we've got planned. It's been an interesting last week and a half for sure, leading up to the draft itself, and then free agent frenzy. Not a lot that you can prepare for this with, because this is kind of a volatile sort of time of the year. You don't really know. It's speculative from that standpoint. Generate that content because it's what we do, Andrew.
You know it. Paulie, thanks so much, man. Enjoy what will be a very interesting day and next few days for the Winnipeg Jets. And I hope they're biting when you finally get those lines back in the water.
All out everybody up at Aikens Lake for me. Enjoy the fishing.
All right,
trip.
great stuff with Paul Edmonds. Paulie, thanks so much for doing this. Just caught a little Wi-Fi. There must have been a bunch of blasts from downtown on the Wi-Fi once the Comrie news dropped. Let's get Michael Remis back in here. And Remo, that is something I think we knew that was possible. I'm not sure whether I expected it to happen so early, but this goes back to, I mean, money was one thing, but I think opportunity was another. And the one thing, as long as Connor Hellebuck was here, that the Winnipeg Jets really couldn't offer Eric Comrie was the opportunity to play as much as he'll get the chance to do with the rebuilding Buffalo Sabres squad.
Yeah, and Buffalo, man, they were hot at the end of the year. I think you were in Coolbet, Chris, were betting on them to win over and over again. And I saw they re-signed Victor Olofsson as well. So I think watch out for Buffalo. The Jack Eichel trade seemed to work out pretty awesome for them. And you hope Eric Comrie, Eric Comrie's been a great guy, come on this program. Always great to talk to. He's bounced around, but nice to see him get a 2-year deal. And Elliott reporting, 1.8 million AAV. So nice for him to get some security. I thought he had a great year last year. Should have played more games. And if he would have played, 3 more, he would have been an RFA. But he goes to UFA now because it's Group 6. And hey, worked out great for him. What a deal. 2 years, 1.8 million. So, hats off to Eric Comrie.
Yeah, and listen, I think, and justifiably, a lot of people are pretty bent in the chat about this. I mean, although, ironically, probably 90% of those people were the ones that said the guy wasn't an NHL goaltender next year, and the Jets had screwed up by having him as the backup in the first place, but I digress. If Eric Comrie, I believe, got 3 more games last year, we're not in this situation, and he's an RFA. So, the management and, this comes down to coaching, and the decisions to be made and, the Jets putting their best foot forward and trying to make the playoffs, which, I think most fans wanted them to go do. But at the same point, I mean, to lose Eric Comrie for nothing and now to have this hole that needs to be filled, it is a little bit unfortunate. And I guess the other thing, with so much talk about the atmosphere around the Winnipeg Jets and the dressing room and, the things that needed to improve. This is a huge loss for the locker room with a guy that is always positive, it's always bright, always has energy, and I'm sure lifted the spirits of many of his teammates last year when things weren't going very well.
Yeah, he's friends with a lot of guys. He's hanging out with Scheifele this offseason. Again, great guy in the locker room. He played great too last year, and it's such a limited role. And a lot of people in this chat, including myself, had doubts if he was be able to handle the role in the NHL because he hadn't really proved anything until last year. But he came in and his numbers were great. This is Eric Comrie. As I pull him up here, 9.20 save percentage, 2.58 goals against, and on a team that had pretty poor overall season, he went 10-5-1. So I mean, worked out for him and gets himself a nice 2-year deal.
All right, there's some more signings coming in around the league. I mean, I know you put this one in the chat for folks that are listening or maybe weren't paying attention. Former Leaf winger Ilya Mikheyev gets just about $5 million a year, 4.75 a season, $19 million in total for the 4-year contract for the guy that did score 21 goals last year in 53 games and put up 32 points. Vancouver's sort of quietly been working around their roster. Brock Besser's back. Still a big question as to what becomes of JT Miller, who had that 99-point season last year. But Mikheyev, and for all the jokes about the Blackhawks over the last week, which certainly have been justified, a couple of 1-year deals. Andreas Athanasiou and Max Domi both getting 1-year, $3 million deals from Chicago. I guess someone's got to play there and someone's got to be able to get them up to the cap floor with all the players that have left and potentially could continue to leave with their most highest paid players in Jonathan Toews and Patrick Kane.
Hey, if you want a chance to play and maybe put up your draft stock, put up your stock Go to Chicago. And what? You're probably going to get traded to a contender if you play well at the deadline. So that's what happened to Max Domi last year when Carolina picked him up. He scored some big goals in the playoffs. He gets a 1-year deal. As you said, Athanasiou, maybe someone picks him up too. So sure, look, Chicago needs guys to fill out the roster, and cheap guys on 1-year deals. I like these moves for Chicago. These guys are going to play. Maybe they'll get a longer deal next year if they play well. And again, you get maybe traded at the deadline. I did see people in chat. This isn't on the tracker yet, but Ben Chirot sounding like he's going to Detroit.
Reunion with his old pal Andrew Kopp.
Yeah.
There'll be a few of those guys in the Motor City.
Friedman's got that one. So.
All right, sounds good. Well, listen, we're going to talk a little bit more about what's happening in and around the league with Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period. Hey, just before we do that, a big shout out to our friends at Vita Health Fresh Market. We mentioned we popped by a couple weeks ago for that barbecue they did for their customers and people in the neighborhood at the Linden Ridge location. Man, the bison burgers that they were cranking out there were absolutely phenomenal. And with barbecue season here, if you're thinking about maybe a few more healthy options for the queue, why don't you head on over to Vita Health Fresh Market? Check out those bison burgers, the lean bison steaks, fresh local chicken as well. Of course, Vita Health Fresh Market, stock with Winnipeg's best selection of local, organic, and natural groceries, supplements, and beauty products, all at great prices, with a knowledgeable staff trained on these products to help you out. It's a great local company that's been doing it for over 85 years, empowering people to lead healthy lives. Pop on down and visit them at one of 7 Winnipeg locations, including the newest store in Linden Ridge, and online at myvita.ca. And hey, if you missed the Rutger McGroarty interview we had yesterday on the program, make sure to go back and check yesterday's episode. What a breath of fresh air and energy that young man is. I kind of joked that, we all heard about his battery. He's the one guy that maybe won't need to be getting a battery from Donnie and the gang over at Manitoba Battery, the home of the $99 deep cycle battery with the best prices in town, bar none. You can save time and save money shopping local, avoiding the rigmarole of Canadian Tire or the Costco parking lot, and of course supporting local. Forget the big box stores when it comes to batteries. Get a better price and enjoy the convenience and service that Manitoba Battery has to offer. They'll also deliver it to your door at no extra cost when you live inside the perimeter, and a small fee for those folks outside of the perimeter. Learn more at manitobabattery.com or go visit the team in the coolest JetBlue building in Winnipeg at 1026 Logan Avenue, open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. And of course, the experts at Culligan Water have celebrated over 65 years in business, locally owned as the water experts. They've got it all for you: water softeners, filters, bottled water coolers, whole home systems, and drinking water systems, not to mention citywide water delivery services and commercial and industrial water products and solutions. Whether it's for the home, the cottage, or the office, Culligan has you covered. 1200 Sargent Avenue. You can call them at 694-5180 or check out all of their products and services online at drinkculligan.com. All right, well, the signings are coming in fast and furious. Always love catching up with our good friend Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period, and what a great day to do it. DB, what's going on? How are you?
I'm doing great, Hustler. Great job by the Blue Jays to fire their manager on the day that we have free agency, right, in Canada. It's fantastic.
Don't think that wasn't in the plan as well. Just right about 11 when everything's starting, just slide in Charlie Montoyo's pink slip for the Blue Jays. Been quite the morning so far. A number of signings. Let me just quickly ask you, how the tampering period was taken away. I mean, exactly. We're all laughing about this. I mean, deals signed 1 minute into free agency with everything taken out. Do all teams operate this way? Do some do it one way? Do some others? And is there any, could there be any penalties for teams that have obviously been doing things outside the spirit of the rules?
No, there's going to be no penalties. 31 teams do it. I'll give you the one team that doesn't do it.
Islanders?
The New York. There you go. Lou's calling it 1 second after midnight. That's what he's calling. He's staying up late last night and calling people. Other than that, It's a joke. Does it really matter? Like, is anybody gaining a competitive advantage? I don't think so, because there's a finite number of teams chasing these players. Yeah, like with Geno Malkin. Like, if he didn't go back to Pittsburgh, how many teams were going to have 3, maybe? So I think it adds to the intrigue. I laugh about it. I think they need to change the rules, saying maybe after the Cup final, the last day of the Cup final, you can start talking to people. But does it impact things? I don't know how it does. I think when you look at Johnny Gaudreau, 20 teams aren't chasing Johnny Gaudreau. It's 3 teams on the Eastern Seaboard. So I think it's a nice little tweak to, bending the rules, but I don't think anything's going to change because Gary and Bill aren't inclined to change anything. I like the way the system's running right now. You talk about LTIR, you talk about salary caps, whatever. The game's in a great shape. So I think that's the bottom line. So they're not going to be changing anything anytime soon. So
what was what was the purpose in removing the quote unquote tampering period if everyone was just going to do it anyways? Was that just semantics or?
Exactly. It was semantics. I don't think it really matters because these guys are going to do business and they're aggressive and there's a lot of pressure to win. There's all these things, all these factors in when you see so many coaches getting fired and you see, especially this season with the as great as free agency is for players. It was even better for coaches. We had a newsworthy day almost every day for 3 to 4 weeks after the season was done, and we still had it up until a point in time where Bob Bugner got fired. So I think it's just look. There's a lot of archaic systems here in this league, and we dwell with it, but it's something that again, if a team was getting competitive advantage from it, and Tampa has other ways of having competitive advantages, Hustler. It's much of that about nothing.
Well, I'm sure Lou's going to be pounding his fist on the table at some NHL meeting at some point soon about this because he's the one guy that actually follows the rules to the letter of the law. Dennis, you mentioned Geno Malkin. Just before we get to everything that's happened today, there was a lot of speculation that he might actually move on from Pittsburgh. What did you make of that deal? 6.1, the exact same AAV as Chris Letang, albeit 2 years shorter. And it does set up the near unprecedented run of Crosby, Malkin, and Letang, cup-winning superstars in Pittsburgh, all for their entire careers, nearing 20 seasons.
I think Geno Malkin had to get over himself, right? Because remember, going back, he didn't make the NHL top 100 of all time. And that pissed.
That was a joke.
And then the Penguins prioritized Chris Letang, which they should have. Because I'll argue that with Chris Letang and without Geno Malkin, you could say they're a playoff team given the state of their defense. With Geno Malkin and without Chris Letang, I'm not sure they're a playoff team. So that's number 2. Look, it's historic, but I'll say this to you, Hustler. Since they won the Stanley Cup, they're 12-21 in the playoffs. They've won 1 round.
They've lost 5 straight series.
Yeah, you want to run it back? That's great. It's great for the fans. I think what you see here, and I'm sure we might touch on a certain winger that re-signed in Edmonton. I think you see the power of certain players in this league to control what players are on the team. If you tell me that Sid Crosby didn't have any input on this, I'll call you a liar. You don't think that Connor McDavid was impactful in bringing back Evander Kane? You're wrong. I think that's the biggest takeaway is that Sid's certainly impacted. Not saying that he's in the room when Hexie and Berkey are giving the contract extension to Geno, but these players carry weight. And I think it's great. I think it's great for fans to have continuity in Pittsburgh. I got to worry about my team making the playoffs and actually advancing in the playoffs if I'm a Pittsburgh Penguin fan right now.
No doubt about it. Well, Dennis, let's get to Alberta right now. Well, we'll start in Edmonton where people are happy. They get Jack Campbell at 5x5, a $25 million deal. I mean, listen, I think he's been pretty good over the last couple years. His second half of this season certainly wasn't as good as the first half. What are your thoughts on this deal? And how risky is it with the term that's involved with the money? And then, of course, comments on them being able to get Evander Kane signed before free agency even began.
Yeah, the term's a bit long, and Jack isn't a kid, so that's the thing. But at $5 million AAV, here's the deal: Edmonton's not going to have any Mike Smith goals against them next playoff. They're going to make the playoffs, and they won't have that Mike Smith issue. So this player's a better goaltender. Is he a championship goaltender? I have no idea. I had Jack here in Los Angeles, a great teammate, a great kid. Like, he will be well liked in the room. Everybody loves Jack Campbell, but you got to win. Now, look, if they had Jack Campbell this year, Maybe they win 2 games against Colorado, but they ain't beating Colorado. So look, it helps them chase the division title, which with the other Alberta team, we could talk about them in a second. They'll certainly be a contender to win it. They're better in goal right now. They're bringing back Evander Kane. Duncan Keith, you could probably get a replacement for him. So I like the move, but you're right about one thing, Hustler. That's a long term for Jack Campbell. I would have preferred, if I was Kenny Holland, maybe didn't have this choice, to give Jack the same deal that Cal Peterson here is in LA. He had $5 million per for 3 years, not 5. But I guess to get that player in place there in Edmonton, you need to go 2 more years.
Well, and certainly, I mean, that just speaks to the goaltending market this year. I mean, there's a real scarcity of quality UFA goalies. And we'll get to defense in a minute as well. And you know what? If you were going to go to July 1st or July 13th, as it were, and solve that problem, you were going to have to pay. You were probably going to have to go longer than you would normally do it. Johnny Gaudreau, what are you hearing about Gaudreau? And was it all just smoke, all him saying, oh, loves Calgary, it's his home, he wanted to sign there long-term, because the guy just walked away from in excess of $80 million on an 8-year deal, Dennis, and pretty clear that he's going to be leaving money on the table whenever he signs his next deal.
Right, Hustler, because nobody's going to give him, $11.5 million over for 7 years to match the Calgary offer. I never thought he was coming back. I talked to guys like Eric Francis 5 months ago, and he didn't think he was coming back either. So here's what I thought. It was great that Tree, and look, I feel for him. I feel for the Calgary fans. He was a lifer. You thought he'd be a lifer. He had a phenomenal season. And they said all the statements. We want to move heaven and earth, and we'll do anything. But the one thing they didn't announce was the extension. And I said, once he gets to the end of the season, he's not coming back. He's from the East Coast. I'm not sure I'd want to. I don't want to say this wrong. I'm not sure he wanted to live in Calgary for 8 more years. I'm not sure he wants Darryl Sutter as his coach for the next 2 to 3 seasons. So, yes, I think he was sincere with respect to the willingness to go home. I think he winds up in New Jersey. And people say, well, he's from Jersey. He's from South Jersey. It's different. It's like saying you're going home to Alberta and the difference between Edmonton and Calgary. I think he's going to sign with the Devils because also the Flyers are a mess. They can't move JVR to sign Johnny Gaudreau. That's when the situation went because they don't want to give him a first-round pick because teams know that they want next year's first-round pick because they know it might be Connor Bedard. So Philly would be a great landing spot for him. He's from Salem, New Jersey, which is right across the river from Philadelphia. I think he winds up with the Devils on a nice deal, probably maybe 9.5 a year. Yes, he left money on the table. But I think it was a family decision because I think that you look at the reaction of Tree and how emotional it was. I believe that he felt that Johnny was sincere and authentic in his willingness to go home. But you're absolutely right. He left major money on the table. He probably left $8 to $10 million on the table going home to the East Coast.
Well, he did. And I mean, listen, maybe it's just PR and posturing to try to, avoid the wrath of the fan base. But as much as any top free agent out there, he over and over again said to the people of Calgary, this is where he wants to be. He wants to sign long-term. He wants to be there. And if you're a Flames fan and you look at what Tree did, I don't think there's anything that they didn't do to try to get this job done. And, maybe much of it was somewhat insincere. So you mentioned Johnny going to the Devils. I mean, the Devils have been big players the last couple of years. I mean, Dougie Hamilton last season, this year as well. And they just made that trade, Pavel Zacha for Eric Holla. How busy do you think that team is going to be? And obviously, is it Johnny and then whatever else happens that they can fit in? But he is clearly the priority.
Yeah, he's clearly the priority right now. And then you have Jack Hughes and Nico Hischier in the middle. You have Eric Hall as his third-line center. And the problem with Zacha was he was drafted too high. He was drafted 6th overall, and that's not his fault. But he was never that type of player. He should have been more down the draft board. So he looked like a failure, quote-unquote, in Jersey. But he's going to be a better team in Boston. But they're doing the right things in New Jersey. If you're a Devils fan, you got to be cheered on the fact that they have Jack and they have Nico Hischier. They're going to bring back Pratt. He has to sign. He's restricted free agent. This team has the makings, but they need to put it all together, and they haven't put it all together. They need to solidify themselves in goal. Maybe that deal solidifies them in goal. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But they have star potential. Like they should be able with Jack Hughes and Johnny Gaudreau. Like their marketing and sales team better get on the stick here because they need to fill that building. Like, there's no reason with those two players in that, and that's the challenge. As you know, Hustler, in that market, like, they're the third team. The Rangers are always going to be first. The Islanders have a really good team with a brand new arena, and they're going to be third. But this is a team that you'd be pounding that fan base in North Jersey because you should fill the buildings with this. If you're going out and commit that money, this is a serious team now. If they're going to wind up getting Johnny Gaudreau, that's a serious team, and they have to be serious in that market to stay competitive.
Hey, your colleague and our good friend David Pagnotta reporting that Mikhail Sergachev is signing an 8-year extension with Tampa. They also got Ian Cole on a 1-year deal. This is huge for them going forward, and we'll see what the money is, but I would almost be willing to bet right now that when we see the money, we're kind of going, wow, he left money on the table, because the bottom line is you can only, the cap is the cap, but the Florida state tax helps them out, and the bottom line is nobody wants to leave the Tampa Bay Lightning, even though they fell just short of winning the cup again just a few weeks ago.
Tax-free state, great weather, John Cooper, Stamkos, Hedman. Now, granted, they needed to do that because that, to me, I love Ryan McDonough, and I just don't think there was good. And I know they had to do it to probably make this deal for Sergachev because he's way younger. But Nashville, that was a great move for them. That solidified them getting back in the playoffs. But there's a cost involved. It's a flat cap. It's not going up for 2 more seasons. It costs you Ryan McDonough, who's a Warrior, who I love. That's what it costs to sign Sergachev. It's just the reality of the finances right now because the pandemic slowed everything down. So you have to. And look, I saw Sergachev play like in the final. He wasn't great. Like he made. They victimized him in Colorado, but granted, it was Colorado, but a good deal for them, a long-term player, a great trade when you look at in retrospect at how they got Sergachev. So it was coming due to the fact that you saw Ryan McDonough leave Tampa to go to Nashville.
Okay, I'm going to eat my words because I said when we see the numbers, we're going to probably think, wow, he could have gotten a lot more. He's getting $8.5 a year, $68 million for 8 years. I'm not sure he left much on the table anymore, Dennis.
No, that's... He got to be real happy because that's there's like 10 million other places without a tax-free state. That's a lot of money. That is. But now you expect him to play top 4 because remember, Hustler in the final, he was playing bottom pair minutes sometimes. So he needs to step up and play that. But look, are we ever going to question Julien Brisebois? I'm not. So they think that's valued at 8.5. Good for him. He stays in Tampa. But yeah, that's a big ticket for that player.
Of course, Dennis, you're down in SoCal. We're seeing that the Ducks have signed Frank Vatrano to a 3-year deal at 10.95 and AAV of 3.65. Fill us in on what you're paying attention to, both with the Ducks and the Los Angeles Kings. The Kings, of course, already making that big move to get Kevin Fiala last week. Yeah,
well, the Ducks have to find players. They simply have to find players. They traded Raquel. They traded Hampus Lindholm. It's the start of the rebuild. So I'm really interested to see what Pat Verbeek does with his money. Right? They need some veterans in there because you have all the kids like Trevor Zegras. I assume Mason McTavish is going to play there this season. So it's a non-playoff team without question. But and you went to question why a veteran like Frank Vatrano would go to Anaheim, which is clearly not a contending team. There's a salary cap. Everybody can't play in Tampa. Everybody can't play in New York. You got to play sometimes in Anaheim. So that's not a contending team. LA's a different story. A great move at Kevin Fiala. They got not only a goal scorer, they got a playmaker. So a guy that's going to help their power play, an 85-point player for not a roster player. And yeah, Minnie was jammed up with their salary cap situation. Rob Blake took it. I've been waiting for this trade, a trade like this to bring in an established player in LA for 2-3 seasons. Great move. Now, the weakness on this team, which I don't even think they're going to address that point unless they make a trade, is their left side D. They have Toby Bjornfoot. They re-signed Alex Edler, but it's going to be a lesser role. They have Mikey Anderson, and they're going to move Sean Walker, who missed all of last season with an ACL tear, from the right side to the left side. Right-handed shot on the left side. He's played there before. But when I look at this team, I say, okay, can they contend for the division title? Adding Fiala, I say yes, but I'm not sure about that left side, and I'm not sure they're going to get the same goaltending they got last season from Jonathan Quick. And that the question here is, what kind of goaltending season is Cal Peterson going to have? So this is a team that should contend for the division, but there are still holes in the line. But here's the thing. They should trade for Chikrin, or if not, they should trade for Provorov. But I'm not sure they're ready to do it right now.
Well, I mean, those will cost significant assets. I
Yeah.
mean, that's kind of a nice segue back into Winnipeg right now. And there's a number of things that we've been talking about, certainly the future of Blake Wheeler and what sort of a trade market, what they'd have to do to move him on and maybe change things up amongst that leadership group. But the one thing that, goes back to our conversations last season, Dennis, is that, the Winnipeg Jets and their organization have Ville Heinola, they have Dylan Sandberg, they have Declan Chisholm, Leon Gavanka, a number of really talented young defensemen that are knocking at the door, announcing themselves as ready to play in the NHL. And with the moves they made last year, with the addition of Nate Schmidt, the addition of Brendan Dillon, the extension to Neil Pionk, Josh Morrissey signed long-term, Logan Stanley around, it's just too crowded there. We've sort of speculated that we're going to see what happens today into tomorrow, and the teams that maybe didn't do what they wanted to do on the blue line can then circle back to Kevin Cheveldayoff. I mean, what sort of a market do you think there might be for one or two of the Winnipeg Jets veteran defensemen if Kevin Cheveldayoff can pull a deal off?
Well, the comparables in LA, the same thing on the right side. They had so many. They had Drew Doughty, they had Matt Roy, they had Sean Dursey emerge, they had Jordan Spence come up, and they had Brock Faber and Brant Clark. You got to deal from your strength, Hustler, and that's your strength, then move. And is there always a need for defense? Come on. There's always a need for defense on this team, in this league. So, yes, it would open the door. It depends on how much you trust. If these players are ready to emerge, and that's the fine line. Like I saw it in LA. So, again, the comparable is Sean Dursey was not going to be on this team last year. Right? Sean Walker tore his ACL. They brought up Dursey, and he emerged. And then there was more injuries. Drew Doughty went out for half the season. And they brought up Jordan Spence, who no way you would say in a million years would have been on this team last year. And he came in and he assimilated into the style of team that it played. He liked the system, and he did well. He wasn't a superstar, but he did well. So the question is, can your kids in Winnipeg do likewise this season if you decide to move a veteran? Can they assimilate to the system? Can they step up in the moment and play in the system that's going to be installed and do well? I saw it in Los Angeles, so I can tell you without question, yes, it's not going to be the same style and same coaching that you get in Winnipeg, but there is the opportunity to indoctrinate these younger players into a veteran team and have them succeed.
Dennis Bernstein of the Fourth Period's with us. We are going to be going to Ottawa in a few minutes and welcoming in Ian Mendes from The Athletic. How about Pierre Dorian's last 10 days or so?
Yeah, people made fun of the guy. Well, not anymore. He got a 40-goal score for 3 draft picks. He convinced G to come up there and sign a 3-year deal to come home. He's done a great job. And look, they're top 6. That's a competitive top 6. So you can say what you want about the franchise and the building and all these other things. They now have a competitive top 6 in place. And they traded Matt Murray, and that's fine. And they convinced Toronto that he's the guy. Okay, I guess so. He's had a great couple of weeks here. And again, they're building something. They're not making the playoffs this year, but they're going to be. I think, look, if you're Ottawa, I think you want to be in the conversation to trade deadline. Maybe we're adding. So like a 7, 8, 9 team, 7, 8, 9, 10 team, I call them a cusp team. If they can get to that point, emerge from the bottom feeders, then it's a big season. But they have talent there. They absolutely have talent in Ottawa. So look out for them. Maybe not this season, Hustle, but in 2 to 3 seasons, you never know.
We mentioned Giroux going to Ottawa. What do you think happens in Florida? Sounds like Ben Sherratt's on the move. Giroux. Will they be looking to sort of build from within with the core that they have right now, or do you expect them to make a splash and Bill Zito to get in the mix later on?
I think he'll get in the splash because remember, Mason Marchment's probably leaving as well, and he had a nice season there too. But that's a deep, talented team. That's a team that's got to find a way to win in the playoffs. So I think that maybe it's a situation again where it's maybe not Giroux, but it's somebody else at the deadline. They're going to make the playoffs. I think they learned their lessons like, okay, we don't need to win the division. We don't need to have 120 points because it didn't do us any good against Tampa Bay. We got our asses swept out. So I think that's it. I think Bill will take his time because with the existing talent, Hustler, they're making the playoffs. They're going to be a top-seeded team. I think they got to look at their season in March and say, okay, where's our need? Probably going to be on defense, maybe at a scoring winger. But I don't think he's going to rush anything because, again, that core is still in place. He's got to worry about extensions down the line for Barkov and Huberdeau. So I think he's going to stand pat with a team that's really, really good. But he's got to, maybe this is the coach that's going to come in and galvanize them. Maybe. I don't know. You know a lot about the guy. But it's going to be interesting for Florida. I think once we get to the trade deadline, we get like down the home stretch of next season, what they might do to add to this team.
No doubt about it. Dennis Bernstein with us here. Very quickly on the way out, Dennis, what teams are most intriguing to you now that we've seen what's already come off the board? I know you're paying attention close to New Jersey to see if they can get that done with Johnny Gaudreau. Is there a team or two that has been quiet so far that you think we might hear some noise from later on today?
Well, I think at some point Darcy Kemper is going to go to Washington. And that's going to get done. I think that's a very interesting team right now because Darcy's a Stanley Cup winner. And Colorado, the one thing about Colorado and the moves they made, they believe in Pavel Francouz. That's my takeaway from all this. The Georgia, they like that guy. That's the guy they kept. So to me, that's a very interesting team. So what's Colorado? And look, they extended Val. What does Colorado do to fill in the gaps here? Because Naz is not staying, and that's a big loss.
Where does he end up?
I don't know. New York.
Well, the funny thing is, I would have thought New York, but then, when they go and sign Vinny Trocheck to a 7-year deal at center, with the cap squeeze that they have, like we were looking at the Coolbet did the betting odds, and the one thing we know that if bookies are taking action on it, they've got the info on it. Yesterday, the favorites for Nazem Kadri's services was a tie between the New York Rangers and the Detroit Red Wings, which really sort of surprised me. Could Steve Yzerman have a couple more aces up his sleeve to really advance this rebuild in addition to the Andrew Kopp signing that includes Nazem Kadri?
He could, Hustler, but here's the thing about Nazem Kadri. He burns to win. And he's not going to win in Detroit for any time soon. And that's the one thing. So I think that he would lean. He'd probably take less, maybe. And to be honest with you, Naz is a 2C. He's not a $9 million a year player. He wouldn't be. I guess he's a 1C in Detroit if they don't sign Dylan Larkin, but they got to bring back Dylan Larkin. I think Naz burns to win, and I think if a contending team stands up with a legitimate offer, maybe not top dollar, I think he winds up there because I think this player, I think he puts winning ahead of his money because he's going to get paid regardless.
Dennis, great stuff as always. Thanks so much for doing this. And I know what to fill people in on what you guys will have coming up in the fourth period. There'll be a lot happening in around the league, and I'm sure you guys will have it up on the site.
Yeah, you can visit thefourthperiod.com, me on Twitter, Dennis TFP. I'm starting a run today of 4 consecutive days on SiriusXM, so you can hear me on SiriusXM all afternoon, the rest of the week, and then our Hot Stove show from 11 to 1 Eastern on Saturday, our final show of the year.
Well, no shortage of moves to talk about. Thanks for doing this. Enjoy the rest of the summer, Dennis, and we can't wait to have you back on again soon.
Always great being on Winnipeg Sports Talk with you, Hustler. Thanks for the time.
Appreciate it. At Dennis TFP, the one and only, our guy Dennis Bernstein with the fourth period. All right, we are going to go to, I would say, the off-season champions right now. Ottawa, Ontario. Ian Mendes coming up in just a few minutes. Before we do that, well, this is a day of much player movement, and if you need a new jersey, if your favorite player just got traded or you're all fired up about the new landing spot for your guy, you know where to go, down at Royal Sports. They are the merchandise headquarters for the National Hockey League, NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball. Heck, maybe you'll be getting a new Blue Jays manager jersey now that Charlie Montoyo got his pink slip earlier today. They do have it all there, not to mention a great selection of bomber gear to get you ready for the big game on Friday night against the Calgary Stampeders. But in addition to Royal Sports with all the great merch, I mean, they've got the massive hockey section, softball, baseball, soccer, and more. Disc golf, tennis, and a huge selection of bikes. If it has anything to do with sports, start it off at Royal, and make sure to give them a follow on Instagram at Royal Sports Pembina for the latest merchandise drops and sale information. And hey, the Open Championship gets going tomorrow overseas at St. Andrews, the 150th Open. Normally, if this was not free agency day, We'd probably have Feinberg on, maybe Dubs on, and get the picks ready. Can tell you, Dustin Nielsen and I chopped it up yesterday in the lock shops. If you want to get some picks and some discussion of the odds board, definitely get the lock shop wherever you find your podcasts. And other than that, just buckle up for some early morning golf tomorrow from the home of golf at the Open Championship. We'll have open reports over the next few days. And of course, whenever we talk golf here on the program, we do it for our friends at Breezy Bend Country Club. Find out more at breezybend.ca or give our good friend Corey Johnson a call over at the course about getting on the waiting list for you and your family for next year. All right, well, still very quiet on the Jets front right now. And a big new thing on the to-do list, and that's get a backup goaltender after Eric Comrie is signed reportedly with the Buffalo Sabres. But man, as I said, we can pretty much raise the banner now. Off-season champions, the Ottawa Senators. And let's go to the nation's capital and welcome in our good friend Ian Mendes of The Athletic. Ian, what's the vibe like around Ottawa right now? Sens fans got the swag back, and so does Pierre Dorion.
Oh my gosh, how many times have I joined your show, Andrew, over the last couple of years? And it's consternation in the marketplace. It's disappointment. It's negativity. It's this guy's leaving. That guy can't sign. This feels weird. Like it's almost like, trying to think of if you covered like the Oakland A's for a long time, and all of a sudden, what if the Oakland A's like just turned into the New York Yankees overnight? You'd be like, what? That's how I feel. I feel like the Ottawa Senators have been like the Oakland A's. And now they're operating like the New York Yankees. And it's really fun. The vibes in this town are immaculate today. I don't know that I've seen this city as fired up for the Ottawa Senators at any point in the last 5 or 6 years as I've seen them today. There is legitimate optimism here. And I think even from around the hockey world, you and your viewers and listeners in Winnipeg and beyond, I think you're sitting up and being like, dang, I can kind of see a scenario where Ottawa's a playoff team next.
Well, I mean, especially with what's expected to happen in Boston with some serious players being out for extended periods of time. I mean, I think there's a bit more of an opening, and this team looks night and day more competitive than they were a few months ago to end the season. Let's talk about first, if you could, the DeBrincat trade, because I thought that was just brilliant GMing, taking advantage of a team that was desperate to get into the top 10, not giving too much, getting a two-time 40-goal scorer with 2 years of term. Like, Ian, I've been saying this all week. Even if DeBrincat has no intention of staying in Ottawa, I'm not sure that at the deadline or next year, if they flip him again, they don't get at least what they gave up, if not more. And I guess I'll ask you, bringing this to today, how impactful was that acquisition in convincing Claude Giroux that Ottawa would be a great landing spot for his next stop?
Yeah, so it's great. And, James Duthie asked that question to Claude Giroux and said, hey, if they didn't get Alex DeBrincat, if they didn't trade for Cam Talbot, are you still at Ottawa? And he made it seem like it was still a consideration. But because Claude's from here, he lives here in the offseason. But I think by getting DeBrincat, it was the first warning shot fired by Pierre Dorion to say, we mean business. And I think there was a lot of fan bases around the league that thought, wait, that's the price for Alex DeBrincat? A two-time 40-goal scorer who's 24 years old, and like you said, Andrew, 2 years of term and team control? That's the price? A first, a third, and a first, a second, and a third? It wasn't even like a first, a top prospect, and a current player. That's the usual package you see. It was almost a no-brainer for me for Ottawa to execute that deal. I'm shocked, with a capital S, that Ottawa didn't have to give up a Shane Pinto, Ridley Gregg, Jacob Bernard-Docker, like one of their blue-chip A prospects. They didn't have to give up one of those guys to get Alex DeBrincat. So I was surprised by that.
How much do you think it helped in getting Giroux?
So I think it helped. Like, again, Giroux kind of tells James Duthie today, yeah, it was a bit of a factor. I think it had to be a factor, right? Because I think if you're Claude Giroux at this stage of the game, you've got your money. The guy's banked like $80 million in his career. He's not here for money. He's here to win. If you don't make these trades, I don't think Ottawa is. If the only thing Ottawa did was add Claude Giroux, I don't think that they're in the playoff conversation. But by doing this, I think you convince Giroux that, okay, not only home, which is obviously a priority for me, I can come home and win. And I don't think even Giroux is under the guy. Look, here's what I want to make very clear about Ottawa. I think they're a playoff contender this season. I don't think they're a Stanley Cup contender. And that's an important distinction. But I do think Claude Giroux believes that at some point, Andrew, within the window of this 3 years, they will be a Stanley Cup contender.
Well, and that is a very big change from where they've been over the last few years. I mean, since they were 1 goal away from making it to the Cup final against Pittsburgh, the precipitous drop is almost unmatched in NHL history. Although, I guess Montreal was in the Cup final and just picked first overall last year. So
right.
it happens. But it's been phenomenal. I think I just have to ask you a Pierre Dorion situation. Have things changed with the passing of Eugene Melnyk? Many people have sort of speculated, and listen, I mean, Eugene was a controversial owner, but did a lot of great things and, was the steward of that franchise for a long time. But is his situation different right now? Is his sort of maybe had the strings loosened for him, or is this just essentially timing and coincidence, and people might point to that? And by the way, what is the future of the ownership of the Senators while we're on that?
Yeah, great questions, because he's certainly acting differently as a general manager, right? Like, he was never making these deals to bring in $9 million players like Alex DeBrincat, signing Claude Giroux for 3 years, $6.5 million, and trading for Cam Talbot, who's going to make more money than Philip Gustafson, and eating money on buyouts like Colin White and Matt Murray and Mike Del Zotto. Like, these aren't things the Ottawa Senators have done, certainly didn't do, under Eugene Melnyk. So I think that there's a argument to be made that there is a change in philosophy and direction. However, the important caveat is they'll probably tell you this was the plan. So it's kind of hard to ever know that we'll, get a definitive answer that way. As for the second part of your question, it's really interesting. My sense has always been that they would sell this team at some point. The thing I wonder about, though, is, they got the footprint in now or a foot in the door for the downtown arena. That's good. You're starting to build a, potential playoff contender, maybe a Stanley Cup contender. Like, you're adding some things now that, to me, makes this team more attractive. Like, the Ottawa Senators are more attractive to buy today than they were a month ago when they didn't have a downtown arena. They didn't have Alex DeBrincat. They didn't have Claude Giroux. They didn't have some of these things. My gut tells me that there'll be some sort of shift in ownership in the next 12 to 18 months, whether that means the Melnyk family, his 2 daughters, Anna and Olivia, retain a stake in the team. They give up part of the, I just feel something's going to happen, but maybe it's not going to happen in the time in which, some people thought it might, which is this summer. But let's make one thing clear. The only issue that Ottawa fans had about this uncertainty with ownership was, would it affect the payroll? Would the uncertainty at the highest level affect or hinder this management's ability to spend? And clearly the answer is no. In fact, if anything, like you said, it's almost kind of weird. You're like, this isn't how this team operates. So it's been fascinating. I think it will continue to be a fascinating story for the next, like I said, 12 to 18 months. But boy, oh boy, for the first time in a long time, Andrew, Ottawa fans are not worried about ownership, and they're not worried about payroll. They're not worried about stability, and they're just really excited about, a team on the ice again.
Well, and it's great. I mean, having been to Ottawa on a number of times, I mean, you see what the crowd is like, when they play the Leafs, and you know what it's like when they play the Habs, and, they've sort of been the little brother, if you will, to those teams in their entire existence. However, they have had some real heights that certainly the Leafs haven't had over the course of their time. But I am interested in your perspective on what's happening in those other two. I mean, especially considering the Matt Murray trade, which I think is another big feather in Dorion's cap, where the Leafs are right now, and of course the Habs after their big weekend last week hosting the draft with the moves that they made.
Well, I think Toronto is going to be really interesting because a lot of their success will hinge, and it feels like Kyle Dubas maybe even tied his own future directly to the blue paint with Matt Murray in there. I like Matt. I actually think Matt Murray is a very capable number one goalie in this league. Like, I see it. I see Matt Murray potentially being good. It's just a question of, can he stay healthy? Can he get, the right support, play behind the right team, or have the right team in front of him? I'm so curious to watch that play out. But and I don't mind Ilya Samsonov there either. Respectable guy, backup guy, could probably play you 35, 40 games, whatever it is. The issue in Toronto is it doesn't matter, and we've learned this the last few years. It doesn't matter what they do in the regular season. They could do it what they did last year, set a franchise record for wins and points, and Austin Matthews can win the Rocket Richard and the Hart. Doesn't matter. This team will be judged solely on what they do in the Stanley Cup playoffs. So there's so much talk around the Maple Leafs. I don't really care. If they're terrible in the regular season, they're great in the regular season. I think the time to judge them is in April and May. Montreal's fascinating. Slavkovsky was a surprise. I was in the Bell Center for that. You could feel the what would be the right word? Mixed emotions in the building. I felt bad because there were some people who booed, and I thought, this guy's 18 years old. Let's settle down. Excuse me. But I think what I find really interesting about the Habs, they got a brand new regime in there with Kent Hughes and Jeff Gorton, Marty St. Louis. There are no, I can't remember the last time I said this, but there are no expectations on the Montreal Canadiens. Like, none. Really. What are the expectations on this team? 80 points, maybe? Maybe they get to 80 points. Even that seems a little high. It's very rare that in an iconic market, and especially in an iconic Canadian market, you get a free spot on the bingo card where expectations are so low that it doesn't matter. The Habs have that this year. So I think for them, it's all about getting out from under some of those, Jeff, I don't know if in the time we've been talking, if Jeff Petry's been moved, but it's like, Petry and Hoffman and Josh Anderson and some of these guys that probably won't be around when they are, when Slavkovsky's kind of coming out of his entry level and they're maybe ready to compete for the playoffs again. To me, it's all about maybe shedding some of those contracts in the next, few months or whatever it is. There's no expectations on that team, really. They might have the lowest expectations of any team in Canada. And I don't know the last time we would have said that about the Montreal Canadiens.
No, there's no doubt about it. And I guess the other side story, bringing it back to Winnipeg, is that we continue to hear they're sniffing around. Our guy Pierre-Luc Dubois has said that at this point he intends on testing unrestricted free agency, which is another real challenge for Kevin Cheveldayoff, considering this is the guy they traded Patrick Laine for, Ian. And we've said long before, I mean, if Dubois doesn't stay, you could call it a failure right off the, for the trade. Now, if they get an incredible package that comes back that sets them up for the future, maybe that can be diminished. But this is a huge fork in the road for the Winnipeg Jets if they do decide to move on. And certainly it's not surprising. It all seemingly comes back to Montreal, with a stud French centerman. We know the demand for that piece of property when it comes to NHL assets in Montreal.
Oh, exactly. That Dubois situation is so interesting. In fact, if you're asking me, excuse me, about the most interesting Canadian teams, Winnipeg and Calgary are there for me because you wonder, has that window to compete slammed shut on their fingers? It feels like that way in Calgary. I don't know. Boy, Winnipeg, I am right on the fence because I still think you have, when he's playing well, a top 7 or 8 goalie in this league in Connor Hellebuck. I still think you have a very good collection of four. I'm such a big Kyle Connor is just an elite player. We talked about Alex DeBrincat being kind of great young scorer. That to me, that's what Kyle Connor is. He's that guy. Scheifele, I know there's some stuff around him, but this is a talented team. But I always think about that team and think, was the window in 2018 when they lost in that conference final, or is this like the new Washington Capital kind of team where at some point it comes together for them? This is what's interesting to me. And I just think Winnipeg's such an interesting market, and Dubois is such a fascinating story because you're right. They give up Patrick Laine for him, and now he might walk out the door.
Well, it's no shortage of topics to get to on a daily basis here on Winnipeg Sports Talk, and you can imagine, Ian. Hey, listen, thanks so much for doing this. Just a quick plug on what you've got coming up in the Athletic and the rest of the team. I know you guys were well represented at the draft, and all hands on deck today for NHL free agency around the league with the Athletic.
Yeah, we had a chance for all of our writers to get together in Montreal, which was fantastic, and now we're full steam ahead. I'm sure I've got a Pierre Dorion, Claude Giroux press conference to attend here shortly. Which will be really exciting. I think it's a great time for Ottawa. So listen, like for us, we still do our Athletic Hockey Show podcast too, and try to kind of get all the news from around the league jammed into that. But yeah, listen, for me, it's exciting, Andrew. For a change, I'm pumping out positive Senators content, and I'm here for that. I would much rather be doing that.
To the fans of Ottawa and everyone in the Ottawa area, raise the banner. Off-season champions of 2022 are the Ottawa Senators. Ian, thanks so much for the time. Always great to chat. You be well, my friend.
Yeah, you as well, Andrew. Love joining your show anytime, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks so much. There it is, the Ottawa Bureau for the Athletic, the one and only Ian Mendes. Make sure you give him a follow on Twitter and check out his work in the Athletic. All right, we're going to get Remo back in here in just a second, but do want to thank our friends at Not Auto Corp for the great support of Winnipeg Sports Talk. They've been, a family-owned local business that's grown year over year, and now is the spot where you should be heading before you do anything when thinking about getting into a new vehicle. Why not get into the car of your dreams at an incredible price with the Not team? I've actually been there quite a bit as of late, test drove a couple beautiful Lexuses, and I know a lot of you are interested in electric vehicles. They've been the leaders in Tesla sales in Manitoba for a number of years, and they've got a great program called the Tesla Experience Program to let you know everything that's involved in moving from a traditional vehicle to an electric Tesla. It's all there for you, Waverly and McGillivray, or check them out online, Not Autocorp at not.ca. And obviously quite slow on the Jets front right now. We haven't had to pull out a free beer for life offer or anything like that. But if we did, we'd be doing it with our friends over at Little Brown Jug. Of course, if you haven't been to see them down at the brewery and tap room on William Avenue, what the heck are you waiting for? We had such a great time last month bringing the WST crew together down there. And the best part about it was trying all the amazing beers, including the new Folkfest Lager, which was the hit of Folkfest last week over at Birds Hill. If you're not able to get down to Little Brown Jug, you can try the iconic 1919 at fine bars and restaurants throughout the city. Pop by your local beer store or liquor marts and check out the summer variety pack, the 1919, or any of the other popular Little Brown Jug brews. Obviously, you can also order online at littlebrownjug.ca. All right, let's get Remis back in here. Remo, lots going on. Really great segment with Ian Mendes. He's certainly one of our favorite, but I'm just seeing coming across the wire, not a free agent signing, but a pretty significant trade. Brent Burns is on his way to Carolina from the San Jose Sharks.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where you were going to go there because there's so much going on in terms of signings. I know Tampa's been busy, but...
Well, good. You can give us a quick little update on that, but let's just quickly talk about this trade. Burns and Lane Peterson going from San Jose to the Hurricanes for Steven Lorentz, Uti McNamee, and a conditional third-round selection. Canes lose D'Angelo, but they get Brent Burns, who still is able to contribute and certainly will be a very popular member of the bunch of jerks.
Yeah, Brent Burns. I mean, they were looking for a puck-moving D. They got Brent Burns. I think there was a lot of speculation if they were able to move his big contract, and new general manager Mike Greer just did just that. And I think the Sharks are going for a big. I think they're tanking, aren't they? But he had 3 years left, $8 million per season, and I think that's a big one. So they lost Dougie Hamilton to free agency, signed Tony DeAngelo, trade for Brent Burns. It seems like they didn't have to give up too much. Seems like a bit of a salary dump. So you have to like the win here for Carolina. I don't know what to make of the Sharks this season. I think they're going to be another poor one for them, but a good move for Carolina.
Yes, indeed. All right, why don't we get to some of these free agent signings? Take us
Okay.
away. What have we missed during our last
Okay.
15 minutes this down in the home of the offseason champs?
I'm a big fan of the TSN tracker. It seems to be the quickest update. The only thing I don't like this ad playing 24/7. But oh well. Alex Stalock to Chicago. That literally just happened. 1 year, $750K. They're looking for a backup. Darcy Kemper, big one at Washington. 5 years, 26.25. Brendan Lemieux goes back to LA after they didn't qualify him. 1 year, 1.35. There we have. Can put up Comrie now. 2 years, 3.6. Dustin Tokarski, Pittsburgh, 1 year, 775,000. And Tampa making the big news, not with UFA signings, although they did sign Nemesnikov. They brought him back. They went with the RFAs, locking some guys up to big deals. Eric Cernak, defenseman, 8 years, 41.6 million, 5.2 million AAV. Anthony Cirelli, 8 years, 50 million.
Whoa!
6.2 AAV. That seems really high, a long-term deal. He had 43 points last year in 76 games. He's not the biggest scorer, but you're not gonna get scored on when he's on the ice.
I'll be honest. Listen. I'm not surprised that he signed with Tampa, but to get Cirelli on an 8-year deal at 50 million. Listen. I know you might look at the points and say, "Oh, he only had 17 goals." This guy is one of the best two-way players in the game. Anybody that watched Tampa play throughout the playoffs knows how important he is to that squad. And while we sometimes spend a lot of time talking about the points and Kucherovs and Stamkoses, Anthony Cirelli is, I will say this, he's almost as important as any of those players on the team. And yeah, if he had a few more points, he's probably able to charge a little bit more. But this is a master stroke of GMing by Julien Brisebois to get him in particular, more so than Cernak, more so than Sergachev. To me, I think Cirelli is one of the most important players on that squad. And as long as he's around, they are ready for the playoffs.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Tampa making some other moves there. Ian Cole, battle-tested defenseman, 1 year, $3 million. He's age 33. And I think that was about Troy Stetcher to the Coyotes for 1 year. Oh yeah, Sergachev was the other one by Tampa. 8 years, $68 million, 8.5 million AV. So they're locking up all their guys. And then there's a lot of questions about Brett Kulak, if he was going to re-sign with Edmonton after they traded for him at the deadline. He did. 4 years, $11 million, 2.75. And I think a lot of Jets fans were eyeing Frank Vetrano as a possible depth scorer. He signs with Anaheim, 3 years, $10.95 million for a 3.65 million AAV. So a lot of signings here. Shout out to Moose 3 in chat. Cap Family says 54 signings for $537 million handed out so far. So a lot of money being handed out. And here we are. A lot of people in chat. The most common joke in chat today, Huss, is if the Rogers outage still affecting Winnipeg Jets boardroom right now. That's the number one joke on Twitter, as the Jets haven't done anything. Losing Comrie. Andy Strickland did tweet out that Paul Stastny listening to offers, not rushing to make a decision. So that's the other former Jet. Oh yeah, TSN doesn't have Sherrod, but Sherrod to Detroit. I think Sportsnet retweeted that or reported that one.
Yeah, I mean, listen. I mean, I know people are quick to go crazy on days like today, but I mean, did anyone expect the Jets were going to make a big splash in the first hour of free agency? I mean, the way the team's constructed right now, I didn't. Especially after not being able to or not completing a trade for either Blake Wheeler or a defenseman or two in and around the draft. If anything, you need to get money out to bring money in, considering where this team has been cap-wise. And I think it was pretty clear that if anything in and around unrestricted free agency, the Jets would, like they have done a number of times before, be sort of picking at the periphery and trying to add, a depth player or two. But I don't know. For one thing, I'm really not surprised at all that the Jets haven't been jumping in. And the other side of it is that, and again, I don't want to make too much of this and keep going back to it, but I mean, I hate to inform people, but when people are unrestricted free agents and they have 32 options to go in the National Hockey League, more often than not, Winnipeg isn't near the top of the list. So that's just the way that it is right now. I'm not sure it's time to say that the sky is falling, but I will say this, Remo, it is disappointing for the club, and I think there's probably going to be some introspection as to the decisions that were made last season that allowed Eric Comrie getting to unrestricted free agency. And now the Winnipeg Jets have to make something happen with a backup goaltender. And I certainly don't think they'll have a teammate like Eric Comrie, a member of the organization like Eric Comrie, and a guy that can put up a 920 and win 10 games like Eric Comrie did last year for the Winnipeg Jets, which just puts more pressure on the very broad shoulders of 37 between the pipes.
Yeah, and I think we were saying, hey, let's give 37 a rest. He's playing quite a bit. Maybe he's tired. He's played more than any other goalie the last couple of years here. And Eric Comrie comes in and has these awesome numbers and can't get a sniff of more ice time, especially at the end of the season when the team was pretty much out of it. So he needed, 3 more games to be still an RFA, and he didn't get there. Maybe the Jets are just thinking, okay, we're going to get a min price backup goalie who's going to play, 15 to 20 games, and they're going to see. I see a lot of people mentioning Charlie Lindgren, and there's Kenny Waterbottle pointing out, Pittsburgh signed Tokarski for $775,000 for 1 year. So the Jets, maybe this was their plan. They wanted to go with the cheap, super cheap backup. But as far as forwards, I think we all agree they need help. In the bottom 6 forwards, they didn't really get a lot of scoring production from them. Are they going to make a splash and try to sign someone like David Perron, who's out there? Is he holding out for St. Louis to clear cap space for him?
Is Perron all of a sudden a third or a fourth liner?
No. I think he's
not after
probably
the season he just had.
Probably a second or first, depending when. Big power play guy. So
yeah, 27 goals, 57 points last year in 67 games. Listen, Perron has been in and out of St. Louis on 3 different occasions. He started as a Blue. He went to Edmonton, Pittsburgh, Anaheim, back to St. Louis, went to Vegas, and then back to St. Louis. And he really has had his best career seasons the last 3 years. I would imagine that they figure out a way to get him back. But again, this is a guy that is now 34 years old and certainly on the back 9. So if he's looking to cash in and get the most money, maybe it's not in St. Louis, especially after the Robert Thomas extension, albeit not kicking in until next year. But I think I would be surprised if David Perron ended up anywhere else other than St. Louis. And maybe this is just sort of setting the market and coming to an agreement as to what makes sense for both sides that's fair and the team can handle.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Might be right there. It seems like he's just always fit there. Whenever he went somewhere else, he wasn't that good, and he seems to click. Sometimes you just find a place, you click there, you play well, and they did sign, St. Louis did sign Robert Thomas to that extension, kicks in, as you said. They also signed Nick Leddy. I was surprised he got a 4-year, $16 million contract after they traded for him in the offseason. So St. Louis's defense is pretty well set. We'll be seeing a lot of them this year. They signed Thomas Greiss as a backup as well. So we'll no, I might be wrong there. We'll see.
Grace did sign.
He did sign. Okay, Cap Friendly has it in a weird spot. So
Grace,
I thought he did sign.
See, he's on this list here. He signed a 1-year, $1.3 million deal with the St. Louis Blues earlier today. I'll tell you what, I'll give the Leafs credit. I'm still very skeptical about the Matt Murray deal. But getting Ilya Samsonov in on a 1-year deal at $1.8 million, he'll be very motivated to have a great season and be able to cash in next year on unrestricted free agency. And I think for the Leafs, with the uncertainty about Matt Murray, despite the belief of Kyle Dubas and the organization in him, having a 1-2 punch of 2 guys that can really fight for that number 1 spot, compete, and push each other, I think will be good for a team that obviously has had some major issues in net.
I've really come around on the Leafs Matt Murray situation. When they first had all these Matt Murray rumors, I was like, why would anyone acquire this guy? He's got a bad contract. He wasn't very good. Well, the Leafs, so they get rid of Mrazek, who they didn't like, and you get a guy who you do like and you do know, and Matt Murray, Kyle Dubas having that background, and you only have to pay him 2 years for 2 years, and instead of Campbell, who's got a 5-year
Who would you rather
deal.
have, Jack Campbell or Matt Murray?
Probably Jack Campbell, but would you rather have Matt Murray for 2 years or Jack Campbell for 5?
Well, for Kyle Dubas, it doesn't matter because if he doesn't get it done the next couple of years, he's not going to be around for year 3, 4, and 5 of the Jack Campbell contract. Yeah. So, I mean, he is really hitching his wagon to a guy that's had 2 miserable seasons.
Hey, he had a 2-month stretch last year where he was really good and then got hurt. He does have Stanley Cup experience. So, and they need to gonna have to try to sign Austin Matthews. So it's hard to do that when you got $5 million locked up in Jack Campbell, who also, had similar problems of not being able to stay healthy. So look at the Leafs. They're paying if I can do some quick math, just over $6 million for 2 goalies. Maybe you hit on one of them. Who knows with goalies? 1 year they're terrible, 1 year they're good. So Murray's shown history of being good in the past, and maybe they can bring something out on him. And Samsonov 1 year, 1.8, 25 years old. Maybe maybe it works out for them.
Hey, we've got some great guests coming up. Murat is going to join us. Mike McIntyre as well is going to jump back on, and we'll also have Tommy Gazzola jump on from Edmonton a little later on. I'm just seeing in the chat, Jay Miller mentioning excellent selection and crazy deals. They're talking about crazy bins, not unrestricted free agency, because excellent selection, definitely not. And maybe some crazy deals for the players right now, but I certainly haven't seen any real bargain basement shopping at this point, and that never happens in the first few hours of free agency. Let's not forget, this is also the 6-year anniversary of the most damaging day in free agent history with the Andrew Ladd deal, Milan Lucic, Louis Eriksson. I think there's still general managers that are completely burned from that day 6 years ago, with pretty much every single guy ending up being traded or bought out after completely flopping after getting the big money and big term.
Yeah, in terms of bargain contracts, I mean, I like Chicago, what they did with Max Domi and Andreas Athanasiou, 1 year, $3 million. I think those are decent contracts.
Well, what's great about those is that they're 1 year, because let's face it, Chicago's going nowhere this year. Mm-hmm. But if either of those guys step up and have big seasons, which they'll have every opportunity to do, there's nobody left there, and there's interest in them at the deadline. You can turn those 1 year contracts when you're not even close to being a playoff team into some good assets at the deadline. So I think that's exactly what Chicago's thinking and what Kyle Davidson's thinking. And Athanasiou and Domi, both who, sort of have seen their value diminish over the last few years, get a chance to come in, they'd be paid fine for a 1 year deal, and then potentially get traded at the deadline, play in the playoffs, and see if they can resuscitate their value, while Chicago gets to the cap, has some live bodies with a pulse to play the first 55, 60 games of the season, and then can trade them at the deadline.
Yeah, sorry, people were asking what I got for lunch today. I had to cut away. My wife just dropped off a nice, I'm eating salad today. Got a nice salad, some chicken fingers on top, got a giant bowl here.
This is bullshit. You just taunt me. Like, I'm sitting here talking nonstop for 4 hours today because you want to go in. Now you're just, look at the delivery I just got here. Anyways,
got some fries.
Let's go back in. I'm still working on a sausage McGriddle that I've had in between a couple quick spots to our guests in the middle. That's the way that we're going.
So I have Tom Gazzola is coming up at 1:15 talk Oilers. That's cool. Murat 1:30, and then Mike in the 2:00 hour.
All right, that sounds good.
We have the Stapleton clip.
Yeah, well, okay, a couple things just before we get to that. We haven't had, and I guess this is the normal time we'd be on.
Yeah.
Maybe fire another tweet just to remind people. But by the way, we're over 450 right now. Welcome to everyone in YouTube. I have a feeling with today being sort of a unique day, there might be a number of new folks popping in. Do us a favor, hit that red subscribe button. If you're wondering, it's completely free, but you'll get the Winnipeg Sports Talk content daily into your feed. If you're not able to join us live, but we would love you to do that and join the great community we have here on our YouTube channel, 1 p.m. Central, Monday to Friday. talking all things sports, but with the focus on the Winnipeg Jets and, of course, our Winnipeg Blue Bombers and more of a bit of a local flavor. But obviously hitting all the big stories in and around the world of sports every day. And speaking of our community, Remo, this is a good time at the start of the show to give a big shout out to everybody, all of our winners that joined us last night at Assiniboia Downs. And what a blast we had. First of all, to Sherry, to Darren Dunn and the staff there. Just an absolutely first-class night. We always talk about the amazing food and that prime rib buffet. It was as delivered, absolutely phenomenal. And between Gitch and your wife hitting button mushroom in the first race, and T-Kona Polly winning of like $200 in the first race, and some other great wins. It was just great. But Bridget was there, Miller time. So a big thanks to everyone that came out. We saw Mike win there later on, some other WST listeners. Just a super fun night. Perfect evening. Out at the track. Bugs got a little bit bad in race 6 or 7. But overall, we were really looking forward to this for a while. So thanks to everybody that came out, and a special thanks to our friends at Assiniboia Downs. And you, Remis, should be thanking your wife for finally picking a winner for you after the slump that you've been in as of late.
Yeah. So we do our Assiniboia Downs picks at the end of the show, and I've been absolutely terrible the last couple. She comes in, I think she picked 3 of 5 races correctly. I made more money last night, or we did, than I had on my picks all year. So, we did get to go in the winner's circle after. Here, I'll bring up the picture.
Oh yeah, let's show our picture. This was awesome. Some of the folks came down. T-Kona Polly was in there. Bridget was in there. Gitch rocking the WST tank top out on the right side, and shout out to Fox Appeal, who was the winner of our Winnipeg Sports Talk race yesterday. Horse number 4 in the yellow.
Yeah, here we are in the winner's circle. Shout out to T-Kona Polly, Bardo, Sheldon as well. Gitch, Miller time was there, so nice to get get out there with some winners, some contest winners. Hey, there's M. Sheldon.
Yes, M. Sheldon, what's up? Great to have you last night.
So I know it seemed like everyone had a successful night in terms of betting on the track. I know Bardo's brother was cleaning up on the VLTs. I think Sheldon's wife was also there for a while, VLTs. So we had a great time. Super fun and great to get in the winner's circle.
Yeah, you know what? So we went back to the neighborhood afterwards and popped in for a couple beers late night. And of course, Gitch pulled out a couple hun from the slappers as well last night. There was a good vibe. I think it all goes back to the button mushroom pick. Folks, this horse that our crew seemingly was all over, the Miller boys as well, ended up being the longest shot in the first race. A $2 bet paid $42. And I know T-Kona Polly had a $10 Quinella. Remo had a $3 or $5 one. So people had a great start. I got my first ever superfecta in race number 2, along with the triactor and the winner. So I was sort of playing with house money. So overall, it was just a super fun night. And obviously the real highlight was hitting up that great buffet. So thanks again to everyone that joined us yesterday. We will. T-Kona Polly, felt like I was in the winner's circle all night. You were, my friend. And the other great thing is just being able to meet so many of our regulars in person. We'll definitely do something like that again at the Downs. Maybe plan a night at the ballpark as well as the Gold Eyes. And by the way, shout out to the Gold Eyes. A bunch of them were there. A bunch of the ball players. Of course, they're on their all-star break for these next 3 days. Fish back in action on Thursday, but nice to see the Gold Eyes out having some fun at the track as well, Reem.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun there. As we continue on, as we went through this break here to talk about our night of last night, and welcome everyone who's usually here at 1:00. We have had some signings just in the last couple of minutes. This was one player who I thought would have been a nice fit on the Jets. He had a great year last year with Florida. Mason Marchment. Let me bring it up here. We're hearing that he's signing with Dallas. Not on the TSN tracker yet.
No way. Dallas?
But Charlie...
Of all teams in the division, too. No, I'm with you. I was a big fan of Mason Marchment. Would have loved to see him. This is exactly the type of guy you'd like to see come to the Jets.
How about this one? Charlie Lindgren to the Caps. 3 years, $3.3 million. So that was one person. That was one person for...
He's backing up Darcy Kemper.
Mm-hmm. back. So he's backing up Kemper. Charlie Lindgren. Get a backup for $1 million. That's a pretty good deal. It may be a bit long, but hey, if it doesn't work out, you just cut him, and it's only $1 million. So yeah, Fried. Here's Elliot Fried. Mason Marchment to Dallas, 4 years, $4.5 million AAV. Shout out to Fried. I'm surprised he put the DAL abbreviation and didn't use like something else.
LSS or something.
I don't know. Yeah, Lone Star. Something else. Stupid. Okay. Tom's gonna come on in about 5 minutes here.
Yeah. All right. That sounds good. Listen, just while we're talking about the goaltending market right now, I'm just firing up Cap Friendly and I'm seeing what is on the, what's available right now. Martin Jones, 32 years old.
I think he signed somewhere.
Okay. What about Holtby? Big Save Dave, Phoenix Copley, Colin Delia. There's not a lot of names that are, I think, really exciting people right now.
Yeah, that's
Calvin. Did Calvin Pickard get a deal? I saw someone talking about him in chat right now. I haven't seen him show up on any of these lists.
I haven't seen his name, but I thought I saw. What's the one you mentioned there?
I just mentioned a number of them. Calvin Pickard?
Yeah, no. I forget which. Sorry, I'm bringing the show here to a screeching halt as I try to bring up Cap Friendly.
Anyways, folks, for those of you in the chat right now, if you have a guy that you'd like to see the Jets get as a backup goaltender on the market, let us know. Because, as bullish as a lot of people were on Mikhail Burden over the last couple seasons, I hate to say it, if you're paying attention to the Moose last year, Burden was, he wasn't great. And he is a player that I really do think, not to mention, his background in Russia. I believe his Russian rights were traded. So there's a question. He had a .902 save percentage last year. And he just did have 2.40 goals against average, which was quite good. And it was 19-10. So the record wasn't there, but he still hasn't played a game in the National Hockey League. So, who knows? Maybe this is an incredible opportunity for Burden, who comes in and gets the chance to do exactly that. But considering the fact that he is yet to play in the National Hockey League, I think I'm far from sold that the Jets feel like he is the answer at that position at this point.
You do wonder if they bring a guy in on a trade, because you look at these names here on this list of available free agent goalies, not exactly a lot of NHL experience.
Jimbo C. Where's Al Montoya? A return of Aldo.
Like, I can scroll down. Yeah, Kevin Lankinen I thought was okay. I mean, we got a good look last year. I think is he an RFA? Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen out of Buffalo. Like, is he falling out of favor there? Because now they have Comrie and Craig. Are they going with Comrie and Craig Anderson?
I think that he is just the guy that is probably going to be playing. He's still a very young player. So I think they probably plan on him. Though I guess he has been with Rochester now for the better part of the last 3 seasons. But they just signed Eric Comrie. So you would think that, in all likelihood, the top 2 guys are probably going to be that team.
Yeah, so I guess I feel like we're gonna be having a lot of the same conversations this summer about the Jets.
Oh, they re-signed Malcolm Subban. That was the other guy that they re-signed. Yeah, I don't believe that. And Craig Anderson's also under contract.
Don't they have Craig Anderson? What's going on here?
Yeah, well, they've got 3 goaltenders. Malcolm Subban is in at $850K for next year. Craig Anderson has 1 year at 1.5. And this, the more I look at it, how does Eric Comrie say no to this? He's got the one guy with term, 2 years. He's making $1.8 million. He's 27 years old. I think Comrie's going to actually have a chance to maybe start opening day. Or maybe it's not opening night. Maybe they give that to the veteran. But make no mistake about it, he's going to have a chance to play far more than he would have had a chance to do here in Winnipeg. And that was the danger of leaving Eric Comrie in a situation where he had that opportunity to go to the highest bidder.
Well, I think if someone's offering Eric Comrie 2 years, I think it doesn't matter where. His answer is yes. Doesn't get, one-way deal.
I bet the Jets would have offered him 2 years. I don't think that would have been an issue whatsoever at all. For sure. I mean, listen, think of the market right now and think of the situation they're in now without Eric Comrie, based on what we just said is out there. It's not a good one. So this to me, and I mean, I'm sure Mike and Murat will echo this, and this is part of the reason why I had some concerns as to whether they'd be able to sign him with going to unrestricted free agency. These next 2 years, Connor Hellebuyck, for the time being, is the man and will be the man and will get the majority of the starts. So you can't really blame the young guy for all that he's done, the ups and downs, the leaving and returning so many times. Someone said that you're going to get a legitimate chance to be potentially a regular starting goaltender in the National Hockey League and pay you better and do it for 2 years. And hey, if things go well in Buffalo for the next couple seasons, Comrie's going to be 29 and at a perfect point to maybe sign the best deal of his career.
Yeah. Again, he earned it. He played well. We all thought the Jets should have played him more. They didn't. He became a free agent, got the deal. So now we'll see. And as I said, last summer, every day, Jets don't have a backup goalie. Comrie's not an NHL Cal. We heard it from everyone in chat, and he came in and played lights out. Going to be up to someone else now. We're probably going to be having the same conversations. I mean, if Hellebuyck gets hurt, team's in pretty rough shape. So we'll see. We'll see who it is. Is it going to be Burden competing? I don't know. I don't know if Chevy going to talk at the end of the day. Does he talk if they don't make any moves?
I mean, probably, I guess. I mean, all the media are sitting down there twiddling their thumbs at the arena all day. I mean, I think they'll want to ask a question or two at some point. But who knows? Maybe that happens tomorrow or not. As I said, listen, I wasn't expecting any huge splash early on in free agency. But, you've seen a lot of these dominoes falling right now. And I think, to be honest, what's most impactful on the Winnipeg Jets is what's happening around the league and what that defense market is and what the demand is like for players on their roster that they might be able to move to get a little bit more space cap wise, to potentially shift some of that cap expenditure from the blue line up front, and maybe most importantly make room for a couple younger, cheaper players on the blue line to play regular minutes on the roster.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that we're kind of waiting for. Maybe I'll have to wait for some of these dominoes to fall. Hey, we do have a off-season Jets update here. That's Eric Comrie's agent announcing the signing with Buffalo. Also tweeting out this beautiful wedding photo. Here, I don't know. Was this the wedding that was this weekend?
Yeah, Scheifele apparently officiated the wedding.
Okay, so here, check it out. What gorgeous wedding photo. That's him and the bride. And his agent put this out there. So congratulations to Eric Comrie. Not only locking up the deal with the Sabres, his agent tweeting, locking up the deal with his wife, lifetime contract.
Well, speaking of that, did you see the picture of all the Jets together at the wedding with Comrie?
That was
Dominic Toninato. Throw that one up. That's actually a really interesting picture. And the guy's
this is a classic. Yeah, this is a classic Jets offseason picture.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the Michael Remis Jets offseason updates via Instagram, this has to be the number one photo with so many guys getting together. And of course, I mean, everyone loves Eric Comrie. I'm sure it was a great time. People having a lot of fun. I don't believe Scheifele's in this picture, not because he wasn't involved or at the wedding. He, in fact, officiated the wedding. As per Murat's got a great story, by the way, for those of you Eric Comrie fans, and we probably will talk about him less now that he's off to Buffalo. But Murat's got a nice long read on him in The Athletic right now.
Here, I bring up the picture. You got Pionk, DeMello, Toninato, Wheeler, Comrie, Lowry, Harkins, Stanley, and Morrissey. Yes,
got to get him to sit down in front.
Yeah, I mean, this is a classic. This is a classic picture, and showed it to Dom Toninato for being so great on Instagram this summer. And so I've seen. Nikolai Ehlers. He's been in Denmark with relatives. I don't know if he didn't get the invite or RSVP'd. No, but I mean, this is a great wedding picture.
Yeah, and I'm sure all those guys are really sad to see Eric Comrie go. And you look at that picture, and let's face it, it was in the summer at a wedding. Everyone's having a good time. But the one thing that stands out about that is just how much fun everyone's having and the big smiles. And let's face it, that didn't happen a lot last year with the Winnipeg Jets, at least it seemed. But the one guy that probably brought that to his teammates more than anybody was Eric Comrie, and he's not going. And that is going to be a big hole in the locker room, as much as you might be able to come in and fill the shoes for the 15 starts a year behind Hellebuck.
Yeah, I'm curious how it's gonna go with this backup. That's Winnipeg backup goalie watch. It's starting. Who's it gonna be? I guess that's where we are. And in terms of trades, we did have those Pierre-Luc Dubois rumors out of Montreal yesterday, but haven't really heard anything there. I didn't really, when they said the return was gonna be like Christian Dvorak, I was like, are you gonna do that? So. Well,
yeah, what Christian Dvorak?
That was what they're saying.
Give me a break.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I'm not sure if I'm really buying these.
Delta 9 sponsorship for the Montreal media suggesting that Dvorak for Dubois is going to happen. I mean, hey, if Dubois gets traded at any point in the near future, yes, you're going to have a player coming back and playing center. But I mean, the drop off from Dubois to Dvorak is so considerable. I mean, you're talking about multiple other pieces in that trade. I'm sure the Habs first round pick. I'm sure one of their top prospects. I'm sure another player maybe from the roster right now. And who knows, Montreal might be down with that. I'm not too sure how Winnipeg is down with that right now because, of course, I mean, I don't think they want to basically turn into a team like Montreal. And I know there's a lot of depressed fans right now in the chat that I'm not sure what you were expecting the Jets to do in the first couple hours of free agency on July 13th. That being said, there still is a lot of talent on this club, but they need to figure it out. There are some changes that need to be made. And as of right now, those changes seemingly have been harder to make than maybe some people expected. That being said, general manager in the league is not an easy job, and it's probably a lot harder in this situation, although much of it was problems that are sort of the Jets doing. But hey, we were all fired up last year when they got Brendan Dillon and Nate Schmidt, and we thought that they'd sort of solve the problem on the blue line, and we'll figure out the crowded nature of that blue line later on. Well, that later on is right now. And really, it'll be the aftermath of who signs and who's left holding the bag that I think sort of really creates the market for defensemen that could potentially be on the move, as well as Jets captain Blake Wheeler, who I think is in somewhat a limbo right now as a free agency dominates the wire today, Reem.
That's what we're waiting for. I think we're waiting for a trade. Is it Wheeler? Or is that, I mean, he was number 3 on Frank Saravalli's trade board, but in terms of free, I haven't even heard the Jets really linked to anyone. I mean, we even thought, I'm not really sure where they would.
If you were just watching what was happening today in and around the league, you probably wouldn't even be aware that the Jets are members of the National Hockey League.
I was going to say that. You wouldn't even know that they're around. Yeah, exactly.
Like off the radar. But listen, I'll also say this. I mean, when was the last time? I know everyone gets all horny for the big moves on the first day of free agency. When was the last time that those moves really panned out and made huge gains? I mean, I think the Zach Hyman signing last year for Edmonton is really good, and I think the first year of Blake Coleman was. Everyone knows you got to pay a premium per year, and you have to pay a premium of term. And, a lot of times that can be problematic later on. And certainly with some of the legacy contracts, and we've talked about the Wheeler deal right now. Wheeler's still a guy that can absolutely play at a high level in the National Hockey League with the 2 years left. Now, would teams be signing up to get him at $8 million a year? No. But I do think that there'll be a market for it. But I think so many of the options that are available to Cheveldayoff will probably become a little bit more clear over the course of really the next week once the dust settles on the big fish of NHL free agency. All right, Remo, did you say Gazzola is going to jump in right away?
Yeah, he should be jumping in soon. I don't know. He told me he had a meeting, then was going to hop on. Maybe I got my time zones. Incorrect.
Come on, we cannot be getting got by.
I don't think so
today.
I don't think so. I'm usually I'm pro at converting time zones.
For those of you in the chat, especially the ones that are freaking out right now, in the chat, who do you want the Jets to sign? Who is the player? I mean, presumably, if everyone's worried, if there's a guy out there, who's the player that would love to see added? I mean, hey, you can pick whoever you want. I mean, some are probably more realistic than others. I'm thinking it's more a third, fourth line depth player. I wouldn't even start, as we talked about with Edmonds. I wouldn't even go to the blue line. because if anything, the Jets are looking to rid players off the blue line and allow more of the young guys to the opportunity to come in. But yes, if you have a particular player that is still a UFA that you're hoping to see, get out. Nazem Kadri, David Odson. Well, listen, I'd love Kadri as well. I don't think that's happening. Although it's interesting, Remo, that Kadri still is out there. I think he was clearly one of the top 5 free agents. And I'll say this: if the Winnipeg Jets are going to lose one of Pierre-Luc Dubois or Mark Scheifele, and it's very unrealistic to think that you could get that same sort of player back in a trade, Nazem Kadri would be a great addition to any top 6 in the National Hockey League, especially a team that's looking to leave.
I think the thing about Kadri, I mean, he had this career year, and he probably wants that kind of money for his career year, but maybe there's teams out there saying, hey, he's 31, this is an outlier season, we're not buying it. Or maybe he really wants, Colorado's trying to find money to fit him under where they can both be happy. I wonder if he does, the ones that took a while, I wonder if he does go back to Colorado. I don't know if Coolbet still has odds on Kadri, because the Rangers signed Trocheck.
Yep.
I mean, does he go to the Islanders? Are we waiting for Gaudreau? I wonder. And I think we do need to give credit to, similar thing with Kane. I mean, he was rumored to be asking for some crazy salary, like 7 or something. And Ken Holland waited him out, and he ended up going back to the Oilers for $5 million. So, I mean, that's a great deal for the Oilers if he can keep his head on straight and actually play the games.
Yeah, and and we'll talk about that with Tommy Gazzola coming up in a few minutes. I see a bunch of Kadris. I mean, I guess I did ask the question if you could have anyone on the free agent market. I mean, that's fair. Highly unrealistic, though, I would suggest. But Dylan Strome is interesting. What up, Mitch? Great to see the Godfather back in here. Dylan Strome is a player that I had mentioned towards the end of the season, never thinking for a moment that he would be not qualified and left to go as an unrestricted free agent. I'll say this about Strome. He, and frankly, his brother Ryan Strome as well, if the writing is on the wall that one of Scheifele or Dubois is going to be gone at some point, and potentially both in a couple years, and you're worried about opportunity and going in and playing with some good players, you could end up in a lot worse spots than here in Winnipeg with the Jets. Now, in the short term, it might not be at center. I mean, if Scheifele and Dubois and Adam Lowry are your top 3 centers coming in to begin next season. But I'll say this. I mean, that is exactly the sort of player that, if you can sort of buy low on them, give them the opportunity that maybe isn't there in other spots, and see what they can do. The one thing I'll say about Strome is, listen, he did have 22 goals and he had like high 40s in points, but he was also playing with Pat Kane and Alex DeBrincat for a good portion of the season. And I don't know, you or I think might be able to get a few points playing with those guys, Remo. It is a very, very interesting situation. And I'm still surprised that former 3rd overall pick was not qualified by the Blackhawks and just allowed to leave as a free agent for nothing.
Yeah, they're going to go as a package deal. Dylan, imagine a brother signing, Huss. That would be a brother free agent signing. I don't know. It could happen.
Strome Bros.
Man, wouldn't you want the Strome Bros recently spotted heckling the other team at a Blue Jays game? And has Toronto, speaking of Toronto, have they, we do have a deal actually. From
we have
Frank
a trade
Silva.
to announce?
This is a guy we've been waiting for a while. On Twitter where it pops up and then disappears? Here, he's hearing the Red Wings and David Perron are closing in on a deal.
Wow.
Yzerman making moves. Man, watch out for the Red Wings. They got Kopp, Perron, the Calder Trigger Cider. Let's check out Detroit. What do you think, Huss? We don't know we don't know the term, the dollar or anything.
We don't, and we don't know how long it is either. I'll tell you what. I mean, he played himself into another deal. I mean, he's a veteran player. I wouldn't expect this to be a long deal. Maybe it's a couple years or something like that. I mean, take him through till when he's 36 years old. And listen, I certainly don't blame the St. Louis Blues for putting their money into, an extension to Robert Thomas, who's 23 right now, as opposed to investing more money in round 4 with David Perron. But you can't argue with the production that Perron had this last few years. And, listen, St. Louis was an incredibly deep team, top to bottom, and he was a big, big part of that as a guy that, was very impactful on their power play and at 5-on-5.
Man, I thought Perron was done like years ago. When he was in Edmonton and he comes to St. Louis, he always scores there. So, Detroit making a big man. We might have handed out off-season champions too soon if we give it to Ottawa. I mean, DeBrincat's pretty high profile, but signing Kopp and Perron. Someone in chat says don't forget Murat as well. So. I don't know.
Yeah, but DeBrincat's a 40-goal scorer. None of those guys are top-line players right now, with all due respect. And Andrew Kopp's incredibly versatile, and I think he'll be great for Detroit, and he certainly will make them better. He'll make them harder to play against, and he'll have a great opportunity to show what he really didn't have the chance to do here in Winnipeg very often, that he can be a mainstay in a top 6. And yes, they've got some really exciting young players. Mort Seider, Lucas Raymond, and then a mainstay like Dylan Larkin, who's been through all of these tough times, and now I think is looking forward to, trying to get back to contending right now. But to me, it's still Ottawa and then everybody else in our off-season champions power pool.
Yeah, and I don't know if we're going to have an off-season, what's the opposite of champion, last place, but could be Calgary. Although, I don't know if the Jets haven't made any moves, so I don't know if we can judge them. Yeah, but if Calgary loses, Gaudreau,
the Jets are net zero right now. Yeah. Calgary has taken the biggest shot so far today with Johnny Gaudreau. No, Johnny Gaudreau hasn't signed anywhere else. Not to say that he couldn't circle back and sign with the Flames, but I'm pretty sure he's moving on right now. And it's a great day to be Johnny Gaudreau. He's going to be playing the Devils and the Flyers and maybe the Islanders up against each other and anyone else that wants to get in the mix. But I will say this, I certainly don't believe that there is going to be the $80+ million on the table that was there for 8 years in Calgary on a 7-year deal, regardless of who gets him to get his name on a contract.
Okay, we got backup goalie watch us. Another one has signed. Louis Domingue, 2-year deal with the Rangers. So that was another name we had floated out who was available. There in Moose 3 right there. 2 years, $775K. You saw him in the playoffs after that spicy pork. That was the story that one day. He was pretty good. And he was serviceable on the Coyotes. I think I'd always pick against him in DraftKings and lose. So.
Well, and he's the third goalie. He's the third goalie for the Rangers because they've already signed Jarro Halak today as well.
They signed him too.
At 1.35. So here's something to think about, folks. A guy like Louis Domingue, those guys will all be on waivers at some point. A guy like Louis Domingue, these teams aren't carrying 3 goaltenders. So, maybe the Jets now with the exit of Eric Comrie are in the position that teams like Detroit and Arizona were before, when teams that are deeper at goalie are putting their guys on waivers. They just decide, okay, who do we like? Who's got the best contract? And pick their choice of guy. And, they add him in. The bottom line is it's Connor Hellebuck or bust here in Winnipeg. And Helly better be ready to play a lot again next year. And I'm sure he'll be just fine with that.
Yeah. Okay. We're seeing the signings coming in. Appreciate everyone who's writing these. And I'll have to update my ticker as we go when our next guest comes on. Tom Gazzola, he's in a meeting with Hockey Canada that is still going.
Fun.
Yeah, so he just texted me still going. So we'll do Murat after and then Mike as we wait for Tom. But here's the latest signing that's hopping up in chat. Eric Goodbranson in Columbus, 4 years, $4 million. He was in Calgary before, and they're up against the cap. So there you go.
I know there was a couple people that were interested in Arturi Lehkonen. I don't think the Jets are able to compete with coming back to the Stanley Cup champs where he just won a ring and giving him 5 years and $22.5 million, a cap hit of $4.5 million a season. He certainly fit in well. And here's a great story. I still was surprised that the Flyers moved on from Oscar Lindblom, based on everything that he's been through and how young he is. But they were able to buy him out as an under 25 player at just 1/3 of the cost. But Oscar gets an opportunity to go to San Jose, presumably a spot where he'll have a great opportunity to play, as they're sort of in a rebuild right now. A $5 million deal. 2.5 per season for 2 years, coming off a 12-goal and 26-point regular season in 79 games for the Flyers.
Yeah, man, that Arturi Lehkonen signing, great deal for them. Acquiring him in the trade, comes in, scores a big goal, Stanley Cup champion. There he is, he cashes in 5 years, 22.
He got the term. Listen, I think he did well, frankly, with the cap number as well. But you saw the way he impacted the Avalanche in such a positive way through the playoffs. So, everybody there in Colorado wants to stay. That's what happens when you're spending your entire time parading the Stanley Cup around everybody's hometown. And I'm sure Nazem Kadri may be still talking to the Colorado Avalanche about, what can be done for him to stay there. I mean, this is maybe a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him to hit unrestricted free agency after the season he had, after the playoffs that he had, after winning a Stanley Cup. But money's a big part of it, but also the team you're with and the opportunity to win and the opportunity to do something special, like go back-to-back, certainly has to be weighing on the mind of a guy like Kadri right now, Reem.
Well, we were talking about Josh Manson, Huss, who they acquired at the deadline as well, on defense, and we thought maybe he would just go back to Anaheim, but no, he does sign the 4-year contract with Colorado. And if you're looking at Colorado's chances at a repeat, Huss, as I try to bring up the Josh Manson contract, it was one of the first ones. 4 years, 4 years, 18 million, 4.5.
Oh, 4.5.
Their defense, very set here going forward. As I bring it up, you have Byram, Gerard, Makar, Manson. What do they got? Some of the Johnsons still around?
Yeah. We'll see whether they're both signed for next year, but they certainly were there, and I imagine that they are.
Oh yeah, and sorry, Devon Taves. How could I forget Devon Taves?
Oh.
They're.
Oh yeah, him.
They're so set and ready to run it back. So it's easy to convince guys, hey, do you want to come and win? And if you're the Colorado Avalanche, so I do wonder if the longer this goes on, the more likely Kadri does return. They did sign Nikushkin as well. That's 6 years. So they do have cap room. It says as of now, they got 4.6 million in cap space.
Let's not get it done. And let's not forget that if they give Kadri a whole whackload of money and long term, next year off the books is Nate McKinnon, who's making 6.3 million. You want to talk about a guy deserving of a raise? He'd be maybe number one on the list of the entire National Hockey League. So he's there. You're going to lose a JT Compher at 3.5, Cogliano, Helm. But then you'll have Alex Newhook, who is a RFA that you'll need to re-sign. So most of that money in those other players is probably going to end up going to Nate McKinnon. And they'll be hoping that they can get some younger players that might be able to kind of move in on ELCs to that team to keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, I guess I don't see how they fit Kadri, as you said. And then that was the one thing that made them so good is they had these young guys like O'Connor and Newhook on these cheap deals that played big roles for them. And they did re-sign Darren Helm as well. Yeah, I don't see how they fit Kadri in. I don't know if it's going to work, Huss. They picked Nikushkin. Burakovsky is one player from that team. He's a free agent. We haven't heard his name as well. And I do see people in chat saying, what about Paul Stastny on a cheap deal here to Colorado as like a fourth line player?
I guess if he just wants to chase a ring and sign for $1 million, there'll be no shortage of teams like that'll be signing up for him. The fact of the matter is, with the season that Stastny had last year, there'll be more money for him out there. He'll have to measure that against, how he feels the chance of him winning a Stanley Cup is with the team that's given the money. All right, so when Murat's coming up in about 10 minutes or so?
Yeah, I can tell him to hop in now. I don't know what you want to
I'll tell you what, I want to do a quick tease here because yesterday we got a chance to, outside of the regular show, sit down with former Winnipeg Jet Tim Stapleton. And I will tease this to you, and I sincerely say one of the funniest interviews we've had on this program. He is just an absolute beauty. Now, we're just going to give you, Remis has a couple clips to kind of tease. I think we'll probably play this on Friday, maybe of this week. But Tim Stapleton, you remember him from Jets 1.0 first year, an absolute beauty. He's the Hall of Famer on Spit and Chicklets. But he joined us yesterday. We talked to him about what he's doing right now. Talked to him about his hockey career that took him all around the world, as well as some of his fonder memories of that year here in Winnipeg and some of his older teammates. So just to give us a quick break for just a couple minutes before we line up our next guest. Murat's coming on. Mike McIntyre will really focus in on what is and what isn't happening around the Winnipeg Jets. We're also planning a trip to Edmonton with Tom Gazzola. So we'll see whether we can get Tommy a little bit later on. But Murat and Mike will both be jumping on with us. But here's a little taste of a full-length interview coming up in the days to come on Winnipeg Sports Talk with former Jet Tim Stapleton. Check this out. Tim, what do you remember when you think back of your career? I mean, you played all over the place. I'd imagine that 11-12 season here in Winnipeg, moving from Atlanta, the excitement around, it must stand out amongst at least the atmospheres that you've played in. I mean, now that we're sort of 10 years plus removed from it, when you think back, what comes to mind about that season here with the Jets?
That's a good one because it's definitely like the best year from all aspects of a year could be, I guess. Like just for me, like I was put on waivers and then I stuck around and then I got to play, but it was just in the city. And like, I always laugh and just say we were the lovable losers because like, it didn't matter. I know now it matters, right? Like playoffs, like winning and losing. Then it was just like, they were happy we were back. So we were just like, it didn't matter. We can win, lose, and we were just welcomed. And for me, yeah, it was awesome. Not only do we have a great locker room and obviously the fans, I always say this, I've probably repeated this before, but it's just funny coming from Chicago, and Chicago's like a hockey. They love hockey. They love the Blackhawks, but they don't love hockey kind of type. Like, if you're at a bar and there's like Blackhawks game on when it's over, they're not putting on like the Columbus game, right? Yeah. And so like where I'm going with this is like, you go to a Hawks game, everyone's just like yelling shoot from the red line and like having a party and fun. And it's great for the game. But in Winnipeg, they're so knowledgeable, all of Canada. And I could go to like, go to the dry cleaners and the guy there is like telling me like what we should do on the power play. And I'm just like, man, were you just in the meeting? Because you're exactly right. Like, so for me, it was just kind of like that almost bubble. Like it's hard to explain. Sometimes I come back into Chicago and like, just be like, why is no one recognizing me, like kind of attitude, And so I was kind of, maybe brainwashed in that way, but overall it was awesome for me. It was the best year of my life, especially for my career. And I would, if I could do that all over again, I would.
We've had a lot of discussions on the show about coaching. Of course, Maurice leaving, Dave Lowry come in, and now Rick Bowness taking over going into next season. But I've got to ask you, when someone asks you about Claude Noel, what comes to mind? He seemed like such a character, at least for us to deal with in the media.
I always say, like, for me, he was awesome because he kind of like gave me a chance. But he was like, I don't know how to explain it. He was different. I never played for a guy that was just like so kind of positive, like spiritually almost. It was just. When I got put on waivers, I like packed my bag. I took it to like, I think I was staying at Wheeler's house or like the airport. And, 48 hours, I knew I was going to clear waivers and go to St. John's. And Claude called me and I knew it was like the exit speech, right? Like, you're and he did. He gave me like the top 6. You're not a top 6 guy here. Like, good luck, whatever. And 2 days later, I cleared waivers and Chevy was like, hey, we don't really have any extra, like, come back to practice, So, like, I came back and I'm walking in with my bag, and the first guy I see is Claude, and he gives me a fist bump. He's like, you're still here, And I'm like, man, this guy, and I just, for me, it was just a moment of like, this guy's something. But I know guys maybe had, their differences, but for me, he was great. Just because he gave me a chance and kind of was honest with me. And I thought overall Claude is a great person, and he was a good coach for sure. I think, he knew the game. He was, like you said, he was animated.
All right. Timmy Stapleton. What a beauty. Oh, we had so much fun with this interview. Make sure to join us in the coming days. We probably will play that. I doubt tomorrow, but Friday might be a great way to kind of get into the weekend with a full-length Tim Stapleton interview. And it's a great reminder for those of you that have just found the channel. Great to have you with us here on Winnipeg Sports Talk Daily. Hit that red subscribe button and join us each and every day, 1 o'clock live on YouTube. And the podcast is up shortly after the program. We usually finish about 3 o'clock, so should be up in your inbox by 3:30, just in time for your drive home for those that aren't normally able to join us on YouTube, and have seen a few folks that normally listen on the pod that made a point of jumping on today for the extended show. Great to have you with us, and hell, do us a favor, tell a friend about Winnipeg Sports Talk and where they can find us. All right, Murat's going to join us in a few minutes. I do want to give a big thanks to our friends at Princess Auto. And while today we are focusing in on NHL free agency and the Winnipeg Jets, don't forget about Friday night Bombers Stamps Battle of the Undefeateds at IG Field. Tune in tomorrow. We're going to have some tickets to give away to the program. And make sure, if you are going, which you should be, I will be there, can't wait for it. You'll be able to pop by the Princess Auto tailgate zone coming up at 5:30 p.m. before the game. Cheap beers, hot dogs, pop, DJ Finesse spinning, prizes from Princess Auto, and more. And of course, Princess Auto, also the spot where you'll be able to find the best deals on the most unique assortment of tools and equipment around. Everything you need to complete the projects on your list or start something new is at Princess Auto. Proud sponsors of the Bombers, the Goldeyes, and Winnipeg Sports Talk. And of course, you can shop online 24/7, 365 at princessauto.com. All right, Murat's coming up in just a couple of minutes, but let's bring in our good friend Tom Gazzola from Edmonton, because there's been a lot more action in Edmonton than there has been here in Winnipeg today. Tom, sorry, we've already announced the Ottawa Senators as 2022 offseason champions, but I imagine there's some people in Edmonton that are pretty fired up. Evander's back, and you guys got a goalie in Jack Campbell, 5x5. Fill us in on the buzz in Northern Alberta.
Yeah, hey, Huss, Ottawa can win the preseason off-season title. That's fantastic. Good for them. You got to win something every now and then. You take your W's when you can. That's great. And they've done an excellent job over there, no doubt about that. Here at Edmonton, people are excited. The Evander Kane situation, very much something that pumped people up. And you guys know a lot about Evander Kane in Winnipeg, absolutely. This one it's a good value deal money-wise. The term, probably a little bit longer than what Ken Holland and the Oilers wanted to go with. And we'll see if everything goes well. He was, by all accounts, a model citizen in his time here in Edmonton, beginning of his stint, let's call it. And we'll see if that continues on and you know, the off-ice stuff stays good, which it may, and you certainly hope for the best. And that was a deal too, Huss, that didn't look like it was going to happen. They let Evander Kane take a look around and see who would make an offer to him or what were his options. I know he wanted to make big bucks, and probably north of $6 million, $7 million might have been the ask. And that's not what he ended up taking with the Oilers. 4 years, $20.5 million, 5.125 per year. A lot of people in oil country happy about that. Let's see how it plays out. That's a bit of a lengthy term. And then on John Gibson, Jack Campbell, pardon me. John Gibson would be somebody that Edmonton fans would love. But Jack Campbell, worst kept secret in the league, us, for a long time. Edmonton has a number one starting goalie. They've got Stuart Skinner, who will help round out the tandem now. And in time, this provides some buffer for Skinner to develop and ascend potentially to a number one. If that doesn't happen, they still have Campbell for 5 years to kind of put them over the top if he can do so. Things looking okay here in Edmonton, and Brett Kulak coming back on a pretty reasonable 4 years by a $2.75 million deal. That's a defenseman who's a local guy from Stony Plain, about 20 minutes out of the city, and he's a guy that had a good showing with the Oil and a good, second pairing, third pairing lefty option for Edmonton. And you know what? This team is in its window to win now. And Ken Holland, I think, by all accounts, has won over some fans who didn't necessarily like his work prior to the last couple of weeks. But I was filling in for Dusty Nielsen on the morning show on 1260 today, and there was a lot of positivity, which was a nice welcome change of pace from what we're used to. You know what I'm saying?
Well, listen, I think they, were fortunate with the retirement of Duncan Keith. And certainly Mike Smith going on LTIR. I mean, there's a lot of things that sort of fell their way. How many draft picks are they going to lose for the obvious tampering violations?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's so funny that this happens.
Yeah.
All right, let's start free agency. You can now talk to guys. Jack Campbell is signed for 5 years at $5 million.
Oh, it's funny too.
They don't even try and hide it.
No, they don't. And there's no slap of the wrist or anything like that either. What's hilarious is people were texting that in today on the morning show, and I'm like, don't we know this already? It's a myth of a rule. Like, they know what's going on. There's ways of negotiating without formally negotiating. Like, the workarounds are vast, and if you need to get a message across, there's ways to do it and methods. And you know what? Some people want to go into the minutia of the CBA and the nuances of it, and it's like, just forget about it. It's the summer. Who cares? Nobody's getting a slap on the wrist. Everybody does it until they really crack down or feel like it's a true violation. Everyone is doing it. You're not trying if you're not cheating. So here we are.
While the Oilers got their guy in net, and, like with all of those deals, unrestricted free agency, you got to pay extra years. You got to pay more money than you probably like to do. But, goaltending has been such a weakness for Edmonton. I mean, they had to try to get the best guy, and we'll see what that works. I mean, there is some risk involved in that. There was also risk in playing it out with Johnny Gaudreau and having him hit free agency. And listen, if I'm a Flames fan, I'm pissed off, but I'm certainly not holding it against the organization. They did everything they could to keep Johnny Gaudreau. And hey, he had said over and over again, Calgary's home. He wants to stay here. I think we kind of realized that was BS when you turned down an 8-year deal in excess of $10 million per season. But wow, I mean, for a team that was the class of that division through the regular season until they were upended in the Battle of Alberta, this is a huge blow. And I would imagine that for Brad Treleving going forward, I mean, this could fundamentally shake up the direction of the team, including players and assets they have like Matthew Tkachuk after the season they just had under Sutter.
Yeah, a lot there with Calgary. And I mean, you saw it yesterday. We saw some tweets about Zadorov and Goodbranson who kind of wanted to stay, or that was their hope. And then the Gaudreau situation kind of pushed that back and sent them to the market. Now, I haven't checked in the last 15, 20 minutes. It might have changed. I'm not sure if any of those guys signed elsewhere.
Yeah, Goodbranson just signed 4x4 with the Columbus Blue Jackets.
There you go. So there's a guy that liked Calgary, and there was talk of him wanting to stay. And because of the timeline and the Gaudreau situation, he's gone. And Zadorov might be another casualty of that. And for Johnny Gaudreau, listen, he's been in the league for a long time. He's earned the right to go to the market. But the way the Flames played it yesterday, Brad Treliving having that press conference and kind of getting it out there that they tried to make a last-ditch effort to Johnny Gaudreau, the offer leaking or getting out there, that's smart PR. That's smart PR. And it saves face for the Calgary Flames. They did everything they could to try to keep their best forward and highest scoring player on the team. Now, for Gaudreau, what was interesting is game one of that second round series against the Oilers down at the Saddle Dome. It's the first press conference of the whole series. It's Johnny Gaudreau gets wheeled out there, and Pierre LeBrun was there, and LeBrun asked him about his contract situation. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, well, Pierre's not always out west, so this is a chance for him to ask some important stuff, even though it was heading into game one. And I thought Gaudreau would just kind of be like, I'm not talking about contract stuff. But he actually said, he's like, oh, you know what? I love it here. He reiterated that stuff. And I'm paraphrasing, but he also threw in, I told my agent, I don't want to talk about or hear about contract stuff till the season's over. So push that aside. Huss, when I heard that, and I'm sitting in that press conference room down in the bowels of the Saddle Dome, and I'm looking at Johnny Gaudreau, and I'm like, that's a bad sign. That is a red flag to me. Intuition, instinct, call it what you want, ended up being right. I'm like, that boy ain't coming back to Calgary. And I think that was one of the indicators there. At least to me, I'm an outsider when it comes to the Flames, obviously covering the Oilers here in Edmonton. But you keep tabs on those teams, and you watch them almost on a day-to-day basis. And Gaudreau kind of saying that, oh, no, I'm going to push it aside. That's not how contract negotiations work with a player who wants to stay with the team. Usually you hear kind of small little tidbits here and there. Well, oh, they had a few discussions and, they'll revisit it later, but the intention is to get something done. There was none of that. It was radio silence. And Gaudreau saying, I didn't want to hear anything about it. I told my agent, leave me alone, leave me alone. I thought that was it. And that was the kiss of death. And as we went further into this process and, getting to the news yesterday, I was like, that guy's gone, man. And turned out to be the case. And it was a bad situation for the Flames. Look at them now. What are they going to do? There's talk of them maybe going after Evander Kane if the Oilers weren't able to get a deal done with him. And it didn't look like it was going to happen up until yesterday. And now that option's completely off the table. The Oilers have a few of their guys. The Flames, not so much. And it's a good day for oil country, especially the fans in this city. You know how they can be on social media and in general. Huss, you've been in this city. You've worked in this city. You know what they're like. They're having a good day. Let's just put it that way after, a lot of ups and downs in the last decade and a half.
Hey, you know who has been a little quiet, with the exception of one interesting one, is way on the west coast, the Vancouver Canucks. I mean, I didn't know if Ilya Mikheyev was going to get his $4.5 to $5 million, but it only takes one. And the Vancouver Canucks go up there and sign him at $4.75 for 4 years for a guy that I think barely cracked 20 goals and just had like 11 assists.
Yeah, but you watch him and you look at what he brings to the table. He's got speed, he's got size. He's not the biggest, roughest, toughest guy by any means, but he kind of tantalizes you with that. So the new management team in Vancouver obviously liked what they saw, obviously willing to shed the money for Ilya Mikheyev. It's an interesting contract. Does it make them better? Yeah, I think so. I mean, they've got a lot of work to do on that roster, and good on the Canucks, I suppose, but can he be a consistent 20-goal guy? What is his top end? Has he achieved it yet? Probably not, but, in the Pacific Division, I'm looking at a couple of teams. I'm looking at LA and their surprise run and taking the Oilers to 7 games, and I'm going, that might be a good team this season coming up. You look at the Golden Knights, and, last I saw, Pacioretty's name was being floated around there, and they need to shed some salary. Are they going to be as good next season? They were supposed to be the juggernauts of the Pacific. That wasn't the case. Do they have the right goalie? I think the answer is no. So Edmonton, all of a sudden, looking pretty good here in a weak Pacific Division, and we'll see what the retooling looks like on the West Coast with Vancouver, and we'll see what Calgary's able to do. But the Pacific Division might be Edmonton's to be had here.
Well, as I said, we're not anointing you off-season champions right now because that banner is going up in Ottawa, but still a pretty nice day. Pretty nice day for the Oilers. Get a nice nap in. You've been doing a good job in the AM while the big guy just does podcasts out of Cranbrook for the next few days.
Oh, we love that big guy. You do podcasts with him. I do podcasts with him. We're bringing that AM nasty. My body and my mind are totally out of sync. These 4 AMs, guys, I don't know how people do them. This is out of control.
Tommy, thanks for doing this, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Huss.
Good stuff. There's Tom Gazzola in Edmonton. Big day for the Edmonton Oilers. We're going to take things back to the Winnipeg Jets, though, in just a second. Hey, a big shout out to Nick and Nikki DQ. Great support of us for Winnipeg Sports Talk since day one. And one of the most popular sponsors of Winnipeg Sports Talk as well, for obvious reasons. Pop into any of the 4 Nick and Nikki DQs today or on this hot weekend. Get a blizzard, maybe shout out to the Bombers, some vanilla ice cream treats. And, of course, you can do it at DQ Niverville, DQ Northgate, DQ Polo Park, and DQ St. Anne's. Try those stack burgers as well. They're unreal. And if you do have a need for a DQ ice cream cake, you can always pop in. But if you prefer, hit them up on Instagram at DQ Manitoba. They'll get a custom made for you just the way you like it. Be ready to pick up at any of the 4 Nick and Nikki DQs. And, hey, with the Bomber game coming up on the weekend, cannot wait to maybe get into a couple CC and gingers. Of course, Canadian Club and Ginger Ale, the drink of the summer, is ready to drink for you in cans and 6-packs at your local beer store or Manitoba liquor marts. And, of course, it's available at the Bomber game on Friday, as is the entire Canadian Club family of beverages, as CC is the official spirit of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. We'll see you at the game on Friday night. Mix in a CC and ginger if you haven't tried one already. And of course, you can pick it up at beer stores, liquor marts throughout the city of Winnipeg. All right, very quiet so far for the Winnipeg Jets, and never mind adding a pretty significant loss with Eric Comrie, backup goaltender, going for a great opportunity in Buffalo. And Murat, who joins us now, had a great long read in The Athletic on Eric Comrie. And wow, Murat, you were sort of ahead of the game, because I think we all knew, and I'd mentioned that, hey, with him going to unrestricted free agency, the money's going to be one thing. Opportunity is a whole nother story. And let's face it, as long as Connor Hellebuyck is here, that opportunity wasn't going to be the case. And you look at Buffalo, he's the highest paid goalie on the team. He's the one guy with 2 years of term. I mean, for a young man that I think really wanted a chance to play, he's getting a pretty darn good chance. What did you make of today's loss of Eric Comrie to the Buffalo Sabres?
Well, I mean, there's so many different flavors to it, Huss. And you're right. In Buffalo, it is all about opportunity for Eric Comrie. I had a chance to speak to him a couple of weeks back. I sat down with him when I was in California, and he said it was 100% about opportunity. He loves Winnipeg. Winnipeg's a second home to him. Scheifele's a best friend. Josh Morrissey's a best friend. Winnipeg's been first class to him. But he said that that was important to him. The other important thing was the opportunity that he'd have to play. And what you just described in Buffalo, where there's sort of a three-headed goalie monster that he can probably outperform Greg Anderson at this stage of his career, and Malcolm Subban as well. There's a chance that Eric Comrie doesn't just hit the 19 games played mark that he was his career high last year, but that he surpasses it by quite a bit. This is a tremendous opportunity for Eric Comrie in that city right now. And I understand that departure on his part. But the thing that we cannot discuss this without including is that it's a fumble on the part of the Winnipeg Jets. It's a complete dropped ball. And the technicality that he becomes a Group 6 unrestricted free agent is all on Winnipeg. It is 100% on Winnipeg. All that they had to do, and we've talked about this before, I've written it before, was play him in 3 more games with at least 30 minutes played in each. And the interesting thing is, Huss, and this is why I think it may be a mistake on management's part. It might be a mistake on coach's part as well. He hit 28 games played total, but only 25 with 30 minutes or more. He needed 28 games played with 30 minutes or more. So did somebody miss a footnote in the subclause of some CBA rule? Or was it all about Dave Lowry just riding Connor Hellebuyck through not a lot of success on that playoff run? Either way, it's a dropped ball. Winnipeg loses one of its most popular players to more opportunity somewhere outside the city.
Well, I agree. And listen, as much as he'll be a loss because he was, a very quality backup goaltender, I think the loss around the team and in the dressing room is going to be significant. I mean, this team already needed to improve the joy levels, if you will, around. And he was the number one guy that was bringing that, I think, day in and day out. And man, if you thought the team was miserable last year, just take that same team and remove Eric Comrie from it. That being said, hopefully, they'll be able to do some things personnel-wise, and Rick Bowness will have his hands full trying to turn that thing around. But where does this leave them as far as the backup goaltending job? I, for one, watched a lot of the Moose last year. Mikhail Burden at a .902. His numbers, goals against and wins and losses were pretty good, but I think that spoke to the way Mark Morrison's team played more than the goaltending. I certainly don't think without even a minute of NHL action, he's ready to do what Eric Comrie did last year. Where does that leave Kevin Cheveldayoff with this diminishing goaltender market by the minute right now?
Yeah, it leaves him shopping and it leaves him scrambling, to be sure, because I'm with you, Huss. I don't think that Mikhail Burden is ready. And this isn't last summer's, we're not sure if Eric Comrie is ready, because at that point he had played in NHL minutes. He had spent most of the year on a taxi squad. He had NHL starts to his name, even though he impressed us all by going on to have as strong of a season as he did. Mikhail Burden at the AHL level last year was not somebody that the Moose could rely on night in, night out. And I continue to believe that he's, a viable prospect. There are some good things to think about in his future, but the idea that he's not only going to make the leap to the NHL, but he's going to make the leap to the NHL in such a substantial, meaningful way, I'm not so sure about that. And remember, too, that Mikhail Burden's rights were traded within Russia earlier this spring as well. Same day as that, Winnipeg signed a promising finishing 22-year-old goaltender named Oskari Salminen. So between Burden, who has contract in Russia and who probably will be back, but that's something to keep an eye on, Salminen, and then, of course, Arvid Holm as well. Winnipeg's sort of set in terms of prospects that may someday be backups, but not at all set in terms of who's going to step in behind Connor Hellebuck and contribute as soon as this season.
You know, we were just talking about Louis Domingue signing with the Rangers at $750K. We've seen a few of those signings today. Halak already signed with the Rangers at 1.55, and we know that Shesterkin is the guy there. If they don't see something that they like today, could you see them just waiting, going into training camp with essentially Connor Hellebuck and a massive question mark, and then plucking old school Jets off the waiver wire, much like they kept losing Eric Comrie in the past and getting him back? Might that be the way the Jets go about this?
I mean, that's an interesting thought, because I think supply and demand wise, after a certain tier of goalies, there are more available, and there are goaltenders that pass through waivers every single season that may be at least comparable, if not superior, to what Winnipeg has at the Manitoba Moose level right now. So I get that angle. And, you know, I think I saw a tweet going around. I thought it was a joke about, you know, bring back Michael Hutchinson, you know, bring him home as well. And that's the type of goaltender that you see pass through waivers in a typical season. And of course, Eric Comrie ended up on waivers just a couple of years ago before his breakout year a couple of times. So if you're looking at all of Winnipeg's to-do list and you think that Blake Wheeler may be traded, you know that they're fielding calls on Pierre-Luc Dubois, even if that's not necessarily front burner, you know the defense is clogged, you know that you need to upgrade at forward still, maybe you look at the sheer volume of goaltenders available and you wait. At the same time, I'm not sure what Kevin Cheveldayoff's thinking on that particular front, because it wasn't too late into free agency that he locked up Eric Comrie last year as well. So I'm not sure where they're going to go to rectify the mistake that is losing him. But it says a lot, I think, about Winnipeg's season and its off season, that they have many bigger fish to fry, you know, even still as of yet.
Well, and you know, again, maybe this is not the time people, especially here in the chat that are freaking out, want to hear it. But I mean, I don't know about you. I wasn't expecting any big splashes, and I'm not at all surprised that the Jets have been one of the quieter teams right now. What's your perspective on what they're doing right now? I mean, is it a matter of kicking tires and trying to add maybe a couple bottom six pieces to the forward group? Or is today for the Winnipeg Jets more checking depth charts, teams that whiff on guys that they want, teams that lose players they would like to have back, and then attack their plan of trying to move a defenseman or two and potentially Blake Wheeler to have a different look and obviously a little bit more cap flexibility?
I think those two things can happen more or less in concert. I don't expect any substantial free agency additions today on the part of the Winnipeg Jets, which, you know, in some ways is a bit of a shame, because there are a lot of middle six quality forwards. If you look at the, here we go, David Rittich, there's your backup
Big
solution.
Save Dave is coming to the peg. Darren Drager reporting. 1 year, $900,000. And hey, you know what? This is a guy with experience. He's been in this role before. I mean, I'm not sure there's going to be a rush to the ticket window to sign up for seasons with David Rittich. But listen, there's big shoes to fill, both in the job that Comrie did on the ice, and then you know what I brought up before. I mean, his presence in and around the team is going to be another thing that I think is really missed.
Absolutely. And you know what? That price point for a goaltender with experience, that is the kind of minor addition that makes a lot of sense for Winnipeg. You know, a moment ago, I wondered what Kevin Cheveldayoff would do. Obviously, Darren Dreger, you know, has it right there. The idea of locking somebody into sort of a close to league minimum, that's not a league minimum contract, but it's not far off, you know, roughly half the price of Eric Comrie next year. That's the kind of cap efficient move. I think now that they can put that goaltending position on lock and turn towards the rest of their solutions. And like I say, I think, I mean, good for David Rittich. He's had some hot streaks in the NHL as well, and that's the kind of player that you might like in that particular position. I think it's going to be that kind of shopping that Winnipeg does if there are any more additions at this point, because I think that Winnipeg, its biggest fish involve sorting out Blake Wheeler's future for next year. And so part of that deal will involve waiting to see who needs forward help and where the salary cap pieces fall, not just for Winnipeg, who may retain on that salary, but for other teams. If it's Florida and a reunion with Paul Maurice, well, Florida's shopping as well. Mason Marchment, they just lost. Claude Giroux, they lost, but they may have other bigger swings than Blake Wheeler at this stage of his career. And there are going to be teams like that throughout the league. So there is a bit of waiting and seeing. Same thing with the move that we've talked about for a really long time, clearing that logjam on defense. If there's a move of a Brendan Dillon type defenseman to a team that's ready to compete for a Stanley Cup and can slide him in a depth role, well, it seems to me that you have to wait and see how the chips land and who has which cap space and who's swung and missed, and whether Josh Manson's retained. I'm not sure if I've seen that yet.
Yeah, he's back with Colorado.
So that's the kind of role that you would imagine Brendan Dillon stepping into as a team that lost out on Josh Manson at the deadline, as a veteran option. And all of these are, in my mind, things that you have to sort of wait and see about. The unfortunate thing is Winnipeg needs help up front. Even with Blake Wheeler in the lineup. They have him and Mason Appleton as right shot wingers. Nick Ehlers plays over on that side. Mark Scheifele's a right shooting centerman as well. And Wheeler may be gone, so you have to replace that. There's not a lot of sandpaper in that top six. There's the typical veteran additions that Winnipeg likes to move as well. They need help, and I don't know that they're going to get it in that mid-tier, veteran who can play in the top six level. I think they're going to wait and see a little bit and shop around the edges at first.
Mendes of The Athletic joining us on our extended NHL free agency edition of Winnipeg Sports Talk Daily. Hit that red subscribe button if you haven't already. Great to see so many people here. And if you're new, we're kicking it here every day, Monday to Friday, 1 p.m. Central. And of course, if you're not able to join us on YouTube, make sure to subscribe to the podcast wherever you get your podcast feeds. So, Murat, are you hearing anything else around the Winnipeg Jets? I mean, we've talked a lot about those defensemen and potential defense trade. Brendan Dillon's sort of been the top of the list because I think of the demand for him and his contract. And of course, Blake Wheeler as well. What's more likely to happen? The captain or one of the defensemen first? And how long do you think might this take place? And is that the focus right now of the team? Or are they still, I know you sort of said mentioning things in concert, but is today all about the market right now and then evaluating it and trying to make a move subsequently?
Yeah, I mean, Winnipeg's not going to be on the Johnny Gaudreau market. That kind of tier of free agent, Winnipeg's not shopping there. And it's similar. I bring that up because that's the tier of free agent that often gets paid an awful lot of money on days like this, right? You're looking for really extremely inflationary contracts because there's lots of bidders and all of that sort of stuff. I don't think that's the aisle that Winnipeg's shopping in, even if they do look to add via free agency. If you look to Winnipeg's history, I mean, what can we point to? There was Mathieu Perreault, who was a particularly strong signing through the heart of that, his return to the Winnipeg Jets. But there aren't a lot of marquee swings and hits over the years. So they're going to be looking for those like budget conscious upgrades up front. And those aren't always the guys that go on day one. I think there is a little bit of waiting to see who falls where. If they're targeted on any one particular player at this point in that role, I'm not sure who that would be. I think it is wait and see. And then what happens first? I'm thinking this through out loud because I believe that Blake Wheeler is probably a more pressing issue for the Winnipeg Jets. Worst case scenario, you can bring too many defensemen to camp and then, trade at that point before the season to a team that's in desperate need of one. If a waivers exempt guy like Ville Heinola or Dylan Sandberg shines as much as we hope. But at the same time, I think both of those get done. And my over under for these kinds of moves, probably within the next 7 days or so. I don't know if this is a today thing, but I do think that this is the sort of thing that Winnipeg needs to get sorted out before everything is 100% cut and dry for the rest of the summer.
Is there any particular player you're paying close attention to in relation to the Winnipeg Jets that's still on the market right now?
For me, it's a trade piece. It's Jesse Puljujarvi in Edmonton, who they're trying to get rid of for a song at this stage. And it's not necessarily that he's exactly the guy for me, but who I think Winnipeg needs, if you don't change anything else on their roster today, they need somebody who can sort of play the old Andrew Kopp role, good enough to play with skilled players, defensively sound enough, good at the blue lines in terms of making sure that puck gets out of the zone, making sure there's a plan for transition, making sure there's an intelligent, decision made at the offensive blue line, and guys who can win battles on the forecheck All of that sort of stuff, every little thing that adds up into Winnipeg having the puck a little bit more, that's what you want when you're line mates with a Kyle Connor or Nikolai Ehlers or a Mark Scheifele. I mean, Winnipeg has that offensive firepower in spades. They just need guys that can make sure that they're playing a responsible enough game in all three zones to get the puck into those guys' hands, and is good enough in the offensive sort of mold to create scoring chances as well. And Andrew Kopp for me was a guy like that. Paul Stastny for me was a guy like that. I don't expect either of them. Well, Kopp's in Detroit. I don't expect Paul Stastny back, but that's the kind of mold, ideally a younger player who can grow a little bit with this team, who can win those battles. And for me, Esi Puljujarvi is a buy low option right now, given how desperate Edmonton is to shop him. I think of Josh Anderson when I hear about those Montreal trade rumors as well, because him at his peak is the type of player as well, though I think that he's getting a little bit older and bruised and stuff like that, that he's not a premier elite player at this stage either. But that's the sort of player, somebody who's going to go into the corners, come out with the puck, and then get the puck to somebody dangerous.
The funny thing about Josh Anderson is we as people that follow the Jets or Jets fans think of this guy as this beast because he's always had huge games against Winnipeg. Yeah. The problem with Josh is that often he would go into the witness protection program for 2 or 3 weeks at a time after that. And, the consistency just wasn't there, albeit a pretty difficult year for the Montreal Canadiens right now, last season, when they knew they were playing, basically making tea times 20 games into the regular season. Murat, with the uncertainty of the future at center for Winnipeg, regardless of a potential trade, 2 years left on Scheifele, 2 years left on Dubois, are the Strome brothers in the mix for Winnipeg? And just thoughts on either Ryan or Dylan. Dylan is a guy, a former 3rd overall pick. He had 22 goals last season and just about 50 points. Now, granted, I think if you or I were playing with Patrick Kane and Alex DeBrincat, we probably could have put up some sort of numbers. But I was really surprised they didn't even qualify him at $3.6 million. For those middle six sort of players that might have the potential as younger guys to blossom into reliable top six guys, might that be something that the Winnipeg Jets are knocking doors right now?
I wish that I had thought of that 2 seconds ago, because when I saw him not get qualified by the Chicago Blackhawks, I thought to myself, first of all, what a fire sale they're having over there. They seem to be almost desperate. And I know they added a couple of players in Max Domi, I think it was, in Athanasiou earlier today. But
those are 1-year deals. Basically, I can guarantee you right now, both of those guys get traded at the deadline. They need a couple warm bodies to come in. They'll get a chance to play a lot, to play on power play, hopefully get some numbers and, raise their value for next season. But this is Kyle Davidson going, we can probably sign these guys. We need some players, and we'll get a couple more picks when we trade these guys when we're 65 points below the playoff line at the deadline.
100%. They need somebody to play hockey there. They seem desperate to be in the Bedard sweepstakes. They're being aggressive on that front, and you've seen the moves that they've already made. I'm not 100% sure that Jonathan Taves or Patrick Kane survived the summer in Chicago as well, because if you're one of those guys with a year left on your deal, wouldn't you be wondering how competitive or how cup ready you were in Chicago right now? So going back to Strome, I think you're right. He was in an ideal offensive position, but there's some ability there. There's some ability to play as a middle six center there as well. And perhaps get him for below that qualifying number. I'm not sure about that necessarily, but you do like a decision like that, or you would like a player like that, because you can gamble on them in that medium short term to last a little bit longer than those Scheifele and Dubois deals. And if you need to move him down the road, you can. If you need to bring him in and maintain him within the organization as well, you can. There's sort of an age and price window there that I think makes sense, because I don't think you're getting 8 years and $6 million on either one of the Stromes. Do you know what I mean?
Hey, quick switcheroo here, folks. We were just reporting that, it was up on the TSN ticker that Burakovsky was going back to the Avalanche for 5 years at $4.5 million. Not so fast. He's actually going from the Stanley Cup champions to the newest team in the NHL, the Seattle Kraken, for an extra $1 million a year, $5.5 million per at 5 years for Andre Burakovsky. So not so fast on that. And you wonder whether that might give them a little more opportunity to potentially keep Nazem Kadri in the mix, who, remains along with Johnny Gaudreau as really the top free agents around right now. The Gaudreau situation's been fascinating, Murat. I mean, the amount of money he probably left on the table, turning down that 8th year at a deal in excess of $10 million. Huge blow for Calgary. They then lost Eric Goodbranson. Nikita Zadorov is also an unrestricted free agent that could go elsewhere. I can't help but think that when the dust settles, Brad Treliving might be in the market for a defenseman or two, and might be knocking, or he might be receiving fielding calls from one Kevin Cheveldaev as to whether something might be able to be worked out.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, especially if you're thinking of Brendan Dillon as the guy with his reputation for being a physical player. Zadorov, that's exactly the kind of player that, one of the reasons why that they brought him in, and the physicality has always kind of been his appeal. It's also, for the sky is falling folks, and honestly, there are enough pieces of trouble in Winnipeg. I would understand concern. I think it's very, very valid, especially with Comrie's departure and otherwise. But it's a nice reminder that this happens in other cities too. Sometimes for family reasons or personal reasons, no matter how good the situation is for a player in a particular place, it makes sense to move on. And with Gaudreau, I can see that being, a very difficult decision for him and his family, personally and collectively. And it's a good reminder that these are human beings with their own visions for what their lives look like going down the pipe as well.
Well, and the one thing is, I think that's particularly interesting when it comes to Calgary is just what a linchpin he was for the organization. 99 points, a Hart Trophy candidate, and now gone. And it seems like the dominoes are falling for some of the players that have the opportunity to leave right now. And you wonder what that means for Matthew Tkachuk and whether this is essentially forcing them into a rebuild that they really didn't intend on happening after the great season they had last year under Daryl Sutter.
Yeah, what a yo-yo operation that would be to go from, missing the postseason to being an elite team and then losing that kind of talent as well. With an organization like that, I have heard nothing that links the player to the club, but wouldn't Kadri be an excellent fit to step into the Calgary Flames if Colorado isn't able to retain him based on how you might imagine him playing on a line with a Matthew Tkachuk type? That would be an annoying as heck
that
line
would be
to play
like
against.
The asshole line. The guys of that. Oh my God. Can you imagine those guys going on the road? And they would be the most hated line maybe in the entire National Hockey League immediately, but also, one of the best. The one thing I'll say about Kadri is it was reported that he had already turned down a trade to Calgary beforehand. So if you're not willing to go there in a trade, hey, money changes anything. Maybe a couple extra zeros on that check and maybe make Calgary seem a little bit better. Bottom line is, this is an unforeseen situation in Calgary that I think is almost getting worse as the time ticks by today.
Yeah, and speaking of unforeseen, we would know that well in Winnipeg, right? Sometimes you don't have control. Dustin Byfuglien's departure seems to be the linchpin that knocked us into this. Are they even going to make the playoffs sort of a round of hockey in Winnipeg for the last couple of years? Sometimes things happen that you don't have control over, and it's sort of how you respond to it that turns your future one way or the other. I know Winnipeg was so patient during that first season. They picked up defensemen off the waiver wire. They really tried to make lemonade out of not even lemons, if we're being honest. And Calgary's ability to sort of roll with the punches and retool will be interesting to me, given the success that they just had last season.
Murat, thanks so much for doing this. We'll see what happens over the next couple days and reconvene. I know it's a very busy day for all of you. Thanks for jumping on with us, and we'll look forward to a full recap of whatever does happen. We know at least something's happened. They've lost Eric Comrie and have got another thing on the to-do list going forward. Of course, all your work at The Athletic. Thanks for doing this.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Huss. Thank you.
Murat Atesh at WPG Murat with us. We've got much more to come. We're going to check in with Mike McIntyre right now over at the arena downtown. Just before we do, don't forget, big Bomber game coming up this weekend. CFL gets going on Thursday. Jays with a new manager back at it as well. No better place to watch the game on the big screen at your local Boston Pizza. Check out their new summer menu, including the carnitas, tacos, and pizza. Pizza flights are back, and hey, if you can't make it out, check out their game day deals and order online at bostonpizza.com. All right, back to the rink. Mike McIntyre joins us now, and Mike, What's going on around there?
Well, I don't know if you know this, Huss. The Jets do have a new starting or new backup goaltender. Actually, they've just made a signing.
Big Save Dave.
Big Save Dave. Yes, most known maybe for Jets fans as the goaltender that Brian Little scored the overtime winner in the Heritage Classic in Regina. That was Big Save Dave that was in net. And you search. I actually just tweeted the video of it, an epic stick smash by Big Save Dave, who's known as a bit of an ill-tempered goaltender. The Jets have one of those in Connor Hellebuck as well. We were just actually talking down here that there might be a symphony of stick smashes in the future, because Connor Hellebuck is known to wrap his stick around the crossbar sometimes during practices when he lets in one he doesn't like. And Dave Rittich has a similar reputation. So there could be a run on lumber happening here in Winnipeg. But
it's funny you mentioned that. I had a front row seat for that rang out that Rittich had after Brian Little's OT winner. I was sitting in the stands with a bunch of Jet fans, but we were relatively low to where the team came out, and he let some guys take off and then went at it again away from the net on the way out. It was quite memorable. Well, may as well talk about this right off the bat. I mean, what did you make of Eric Comrie leaving? I'd said my concern wasn't money. I really did think the Jets would do what they thought they had to do to keep him around. But the one thing they couldn't offer him that a team like the Buffalo Sabres could was the opportunity to play a lot and potentially grow into being a legitimate starting goalie in the NHL.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the depth chart with the Sabres, they've got Craig Anderson, who's, not only up there in age among the oldest players in the league, but also very injury prone. And then Malcolm Subban, who, is untested, really hasn't done anything to establish himself as an NHL regular. I know they've got a young goaltender, with some real upside in their system as well. But it's not out of the realm of possibility, Huss, that Eric Comrie in short order could be the number one netminder in Buffalo, at least for a time. And he's
the highest paid goalie and has the most term on his contract of everyone there in Buffalo. I mean, they signed Malcolm Subban as well today. Who knows what'll happen with Anderson, but I wouldn't all be, maybe they give Anderson the start out of respect with his career in week one, but guarantee you in week one of the season, Eric Comrie is going to play one of those first two games. And I wouldn't be surprised if it goes well for him. He'd be the games played leader for Buffalo. And that seems like he was what he was looking for.
For sure. And, the $1.8 million and the 2 years that he gets, I don't know that the Jets would have been willing to offer him 2 years, Huss. Maybe they would have, marry him up with Connor Hellebuck's remaining 2 years. I can say with certainty the Winnipeg Jets were not willing to go to $1.8 million per year, as much as they like Eric Comrie. That's just not what, considering money they have tied up in other areas, money they're going to have to, spend on other players, spending 1.8 on a backup who, let's face it, when you're behind Connor Hellebuck, you're not playing a whole lot. Last year, the reason they basically signed Eric Comrie last year is because they didn't have any money. They brought him in as at a league minimum $750,000. Certainly outplayed that deal, and obviously earned himself a nice hefty raise. One though that the Jets were not going to be able to match. Now I will say this, Huss. This is a self-inflicted wound in the sense that if the Jets had played Eric Comrie for 90 more minutes last season, he would not have been an unrestricted free agent today. He would have been a restricted free agent. He would have had arbitration rights. Could he have got $1.8 million in arbitration? Maybe. But, this was something that didn't necessarily have to happen. You could argue, I suppose, maybe the Jets did him a favor. In hindsight, it probably looks that way, that, Eric Comrie is going to make out pretty well. But in terms of the Jets and looking out for their own interests, I don't see how anyone can portray this as have handled the situation very well. And that if they had just played him a little more last year, he would have met the threshold to not be a UFA, and the Jets probably still have him as their backup.
Murat made a great point when we were talking about it, because he did play in 28 games. But 3 of the games he didn't play the 30 minutes. And you mentioned the 90 minutes. I mean, you suggested, I guess there's a possibility that this could be like a clerical error, like not realizing the time of games. He got the number of games, but the time wasn't right. And I guess, we'll be asked. I mean, I don't know whether anyone would cop to that sort of mistake or just say, hey, this is what it was. But, considering the way that Comrie played last year and for crying out loud, where the team was, especially in that final month of the season, it certainly raises some questions about the player management of the organization, especially with a guy that was, for all intents and purposes, a lame dunk head coach at the end of the season. Yeah. You would think that would have had to have been a priority for the club.
Yeah, and so if we do get to speak with Kevin Cheveldayoff today, I mean, that's certainly going to be a question that one of us will ask of him is, how aware of that were you? I mean, you'd think the GM might have been sort of whispering in the coach's ear, like, hey, we need to kind of get this box checked off when it comes to this player, just to help us kind of down the road and kind of protect us. As I say, did the Jets purposely do that? I don't see what advantage there would have been to the hockey club to not get Eric Comrie to that threshold. As I say, maybe it ultimately does him a favor. He's able to test the open market. But for the Jets, the result is you lose a guy that, you really liked in that role. He had a great relationship with Connor Hellebuck, share the same agent, the same offseason trainer. And now you had to go out and kind of scramble today for a backup. I think what the Jets paid David Rittich today, $900,000, that's more in line with kind of what their budget was for a backup. And as I say, that's probably around what they would have been looking to get Eric Comrie signed. And Eric Comrie deserves more than that. So good for him. I don't blame him one bit for doing, what he could to kind of maximize his value. But it just seems to me the Jets didn't help their own cause here. And, it's just one of a number of questions that I'm sure we're going to have for the GM when he does speak later today, presumably.
Well, are you hearing anything on what's going on with the club right now? I mean, I don't think anyone, listen, if you were expecting the Jets to be big players in free agency, I'm not sure you were paying very close attention, but there are some holes on the roster. They've got a number of RFAs, but most of them are from the bottom six, which I think everyone agreed needed to improve a little bit. Do you think that they're spending much time kicking tires on guys that are available right now? Or is this more, as we've talked about with a number of guests, Mike, a situation to see where the dust settles and where the opportunities are for trades, whether it be involving Captain Blake Wheeler, whether it be a member of the blue line right now, to help both change around the cap situation for the Winnipeg Jets, open up a spot for an ELC player on the blue line, and maybe give a little bit more help up front?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. If let's say they're going to move a Brendan Dillon or even a Blake Wheeler to create some cap space, what are you doing with that cap space if you're doing these moves after free agency begins? We certainly saw teams make cap-related trades prior to free agency so they could kind of get their ducks in a row and their books in order. If the Jets are going to do it after the fact and after most of the big names are off the board, what are you doing with that cap space? I suppose it's possible you swing other trades where you're taking on some salary, but it does seem to be an interesting strategy. And I get that, when you look at the crop of free agents out there, the Jets were not expected to be in the market for some of the big names. I mean, the Jets weren't going to be bidding for Johnny Gaudreau. They weren't going after Claude Giroux. They weren't going after Nazem Kadri. They just don't have the budget for that sort of thing. And I don't imagine that they would have been on the radar of those players either. There are certainly some, middle tier when you're talking about salary players that are still out there. Now, a bunch of them have come off the board today. Some players that I thought might have been nice fits for Winnipeg, whether it's an Andre Burakovsky, a David Perron. There's a guy, Huss, I thought David Perron would be just what the Jets need. He's a right shot. He's great on the power play, great character guy. And he goes to Detroit, which you're looking at what teams have kind of been the most busy and most productive today. How about what the Red Wings are doing? Whether it's Andrew Kopp, David Perron, Ben Sherratt, they got a lot tougher, a lot more skilled. Jets really haven't done anything. And, I don't know. Look, they have to sign some players, Huss. They barely have enough to fill out an NHL roster when it comes to the forward group right now. And they certainly don't have enough to fill out an AHL roster. So while we may not see any big, sexy, splashy kind of signings, I do expect we're going to see a number of players get signed here in the next day or 2 or 3, just for depth purposes alone, because they don't have a lot of bodies right now on the roster or in the system.
One other move that the Red Wings just completed was signing Dominik Kubalik, the former Hawk, to a 2-year deal at $2.5 million a season for a grand total of $5 million. The one thing I'll throw out, and I think back to the deals that the Jets made last year with Nate Schmidt and Brendan Dillon. And I think, after last season, there's one contract that looks significantly more cap efficient than the other, quite obviously, which that one was. But when you compare what was available on the market, as well as the challenges of getting players to sign in Winnipeg,
right,
I think it was really prudent that they went and acquired those players the way that they did. The other thing, Mike, that is, I think, important to note, that if you're getting contracts that are signed a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, they're probably going to be more cap efficient than some of the deals we've just heard being signed today. So if they do get into the situation where they can move some of that and give themselves some more wiggle room, let's not forget that there are plenty of teams that are in situations where they are very much incentivized to move a player or two. And I think there could be some more value, to be honest, through a trade market than there could be in signing guys on the first day of free agency. That is one thing that history tells us year after year after year.
Yeah, and I mean, again, for the fan base that is looking for maybe some signs of life from the organization, some energy, some reason to kind of get pumped, this is probably not going to be a quick overnight fix. And I know on a day like this, a lot of fans, they look at what's happening in other markets and, big splashy names that are out there and signings, and it creates an illusion that, they're kind of getting left in the dust. Right. And I get that there's certainly some frustration among Jets faithful that they're kind of stuck in neutral here while everybody else is in the fast lane. And I mean, the reality is, and you can look back at every free agency day. I mean, there's usually 32 teams now that probably feel at the end of the day or at the end of the process that they've made their clubs better. The reality is, a lot of them, that isn't the case, right? And in fact, a lot of mistakes get made on days like today, as you point out, Huss. Contracts get handed out, decisions get made that teams come to regret. And in a flat cap era, I mean, those decisions have come under more scrutiny than ever. So sometimes the best decisions or the best moves are the ones you don't make. That being said, I think there is still some quality out there. And the Jets, let's face it, they were not good enough as a team last year. And what has changed since the season ended? Well, they've lost their backup goaltender in Eric Comrie. They've lost, presumably, he hasn't signed with anyone yet, but they're going to lose Paul Stastny, who was a top 6 at times, at least top 9 forward. Other than that, Huss, they've lost to Evgeny Svechnikov, who they didn't qualify the other day. And then they've lost some depth, Christian Vesalainen, Austin Pagansky, Adam Brooks, CJ Cease. And yeah, those guys aren't moving the needle, but they are added bodies that they don't even have right now in the organization. And that's why I say I still expect the Jets to be busy, whether it's later today, tomorrow, into the weekend. I just don't know how flashy it's going to be.
Hey, Mike, I know you got to run, but just on the way out, we've talked about how miserable at times it looked like it was around this team and was this team. Listen, losing Eric Comrie in the net on the ice is going to be significant. How big of a loss is this in the room?
Oh, for sure. Eric Comrie, a better person you will not meet. I mean, he is the real thing, the genuine article. This kid is, he just, breathes positivity. And that's what I mean. Like, I know Connor Hellebuck, like he was the perfect companion to Connor Hellebuck. The Jets loved Eric Comrie for the work he'd put in after practice, never complained once. And he'd stand in there as long as was required to work with the healthy scratches, to put in the extra work. Like, he is the consummate pro, always had a smile on his face. And more so than maybe what they're going to lose on the ice from Eric Comrie, for sure there's a loss off the ice that is not easily replaceable. And, we've seen that now a few times, right? Like even we talked yesterday about Evgeny Svechnikov and kind of what a breath of fresh air he was around this team. Well, now he's gone too. It's going to be a different locker room for sure. And we'll see how, I guess, it can all mesh together. That's what, Rick Bowness and company, it's going to be incumbent on him to whatever he has in that locker room when training camp rolls around in September to try and find a way to make it all work together and get everyone pulling in the same direction. But a guy like Eric Comrie, put it this way, Huss, whatever problems the Jets had last year, Eric Comrie was not responsible for any of them. In fact, I would suggest a guy like that probably offsets a lot of issues you might have had. And he's kind of the tonic, if you will. And he's gone now. And that's a big hole for sure.
Oh, great stuff. Are they doing some UFA tryouts behind you on the rink right now?
There's a media floor hockey game that has broken out behind me. I'm not kidding. There's I see. Let me see if I can turn the camera here to let's hear the action. Yeah, we've got. I see Sean Reynolds there. I see Jeff Hamilton. Scott Billick is involved. I don't know who's tending net. Oh, that's Kenny Weeb in net.
This is unreal.
Before they signed David Rittich, maybe Kenny was auditioning to be the new backup. Let's see if we can zoom in here. Did we lose you here? Let's see.
No, we're good.
Okay, yeah. So that kind of sums up what's happening down here. I might get in on the action myself. And I love the fact you've got so I don't know if you can see, you've got Sean Reynolds in a suit, Scotty Billick's in shorts, Kenny Weeb's, he was in a suit, now he's suited up in the full goalie gear. Yeah, just an amazing bit of action that has happened. Scott Billick just absolutely wiped
Man down.
He may have just torn his ACL, I'm not sure.
Oh, did Reynolds just score on Weeb?
He did. So look for that in the next edition of Kenny and Rennie, bragging rights. So.
Oh, well, I'm looking forward to a full gamer in the free press today. For lack of anything else, you can do a nice write up on everything that's going on the rink right now.
We might just do a live stream maybe of this game. This is probably more exciting than anything else that's going on. Yeah.
You know what? We'll tap into your phone. Remo and I can do some commentary, and you can jump in and get in on that. This is absolutely hilarious. Well, this absolutely made my day. I'm glad I asked you about that, Mike. Hey, thanks so much for doing this. I was going to say, I know you guys are busy. That might be a bit of an overstatement, but we'll look forward to catching up over the next couple of days.
Some of us. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Mike.
Okay, take care.
Okay. Oh my God, that was unplanned, folks, but that was an absolute highlight. Just seeing it there at the end. Mike McIntyre live on the scene at the media floor hockey game that's broken out at Canada Life Center while the local scribes wait for something to happen in and around the Winnipeg Jets. Jets did, of course, lose Eric Comrie. If you're just jumping in with us, he signed a 2-year deal at $1.8 million per season with the Buffalo Sabres. Well, he'll get a great chance to play some significant minutes. And Big Save Dave is coming to Winnipeg, $900,000 for a 1-year deal to back up Connor Hellebuyck. Let's get Remis back in here. That's an all-time WST highlight.
That was our Bruce Boudreau, Kevin Owens moment. That was absolutely incredible. I'm howling. Everyone's like, you have to clip this, put it on Twitter. Live at it's called Canada Life Center now. I keep calling it Bell MTS Place. But Winnipeg media playing floor hockey. I actually was enjoying it. It was great quality video from Mike there in the stands.
I want to talk to Ken about getting into the pipes. I mean, did he draw the short straw, or to get out of the suit into goalie gear? I guess he didn't anticipate any stand-ups coming anytime soon today for the Sportsnet folks.
Yeah, that was they were on TV earlier, and I guess they're not going to be calling us. So we did our hit on David Rittich, and that's it. That was incredible. I'm going to be clipping that.
Oh,
very strong, very strong.
Absolutely should be doing exactly that. All right. Well, listen, we've been kind of kicking it here live since 11 a.m. Why don't we take a chance to get a little up to date with a full wrap of everything that has happened so far today in the National Hockey League? By the way, Free Patan sighting, the Free Patan crew will be all fired up because Nick Patan has a 2-year deal with the Minnesota Wild. It is a 2-way contract, so whether he ends up playing more in the AHL or the National Hockey League, we'll see. But the one thing we do know, Reem, I don't blame him for looking at Minnesota as a good option. They just lost Kevin Fiala, a talented offensive player, and we know that they are amongst the most cap-strapped teams because of the penalties that are coming to roost for the buyouts of Parise and Suter.
Yeah, good deal for him. 2 years. Maybe he can be that smaller offensive guy. And Minnesota, as you said, very up against the salary cap. And they need to find guys. I think you're seeing this from the best team. You need guys on ELCs or like entry or low contracts to who can contribute. And maybe he can play some time in the NHL. He played 18 games last year. He's kind of bounced around since leaving the Jets. He was with Toronto, Vancouver, Abbotsford. So we'll see. I mean, happy for him that he's still here.
Yeah, listen, some of the more recent signings, former Wheat King, Cale Clegg, who finished up last year with the Habs after being drafted and playing the beginning of his career with the Los Angeles Kings, has a contract with the Buffalo Sabres. We're not seeing any details right now as of yet. We mentioned Dominik Kubalik signing with the Detroit Red Wings. 2 of the top picks in the draft announced signing deals today. Shane Wright in Seattle and Slafkovsky, the number 1 overall pick for the Montreal Canadiens. But by the way, and I should clarify something, I screwed up and I kept on mixing up Burakovsky and Lehtinen. Lehtinen 5x4.5 with the Avalanche.
Yeah.
Burakovsky moving to the Kraken, 5 years at $5.5 million a season. And that's a nice addition for a Kraken team that, will have Matty Beniers presumably in the lineup this year. And we'll see how soon Shane Wright gets an opportunity to play in the National Hockey League. It could be this season.
Man, I was kind of down on Seattle, how they handled the expansion draft. They drafted Vince Dunn instead of Tarasenko. There were some other guys that they didn't pick, and they made some questionable moves. But they acquired a lot of draft picks. Shane Wright fell to them. Matty Beniers, who came in at the end of last season, looked pretty good. I don't know. Maybe Seattle's turning things around. And then they signed a defenseman as well. I could be wrong. I'm trying to remember.
They have so many defensemen from last year when they did all their picking, and of course they signed Alexiak. The one thing I'll say about that, the whiff on Tarasenko, is that maybe they just really liked Vince Dunn and they thought that he'd have a long time with them. But if you had Tarasenko last year playing the way he did with the Kraken, what would have that gotten Seattle at the trade deadline last year? I mean, that would have been a significant haul, and that was a missed opportunity.
Maybe there were questions about his shoulder. It reminds me a bit of Drew Brees. Remember after Drew Brees hurt his shoulder in his last season with the Chargers, no one was really sure how good he was going to be. He had conversations with Miami and went to New Orleans and became a Hall of Famer Drew Brees there. So maybe there were concerns about Tarasenko's shoulder, or they liked Vince Dunn and thought they could have him for longer. This was the Pomo signing, Paul Maurice. You can feel his influence on this one. Eric Stahl, Paul Maurice reunited. The Stahl brothers. We talked about brothers signing together with the Stromes, but it was the Stahls, Eric and Mark, both going to Florida. Or I think that there might be tryout.
I think the Eric contract is a PTO. The Mark contract is a 1-year deal. Maurice will love that veteran presence. There's no doubt about that. Former Jet Ben Sherratt gets 4 years with the Detroit Red Wings. $19 million total for an AAV of 4.75. Jan Ruda signs 3 years, 2.75 per with the Pittsburgh Penguins. And this is something we talked about with Murat for folks that just joined us. Eric Goodbranson out of Calgary. I'm not sure whether this happens if Johnny Gaudreau sticks around, but with the writing on the wall that this team might be taking a step back, Goodbranson's gone, and we'll see what that means for Nikita Zadorov, who I'm sure Calgary's doing everything they can to keep in the fold.
Yeah, and we looked at Calgary all last season saying, hey, this offseason's going to be, they're not in a good spot here. They got Mangiapane and Tkachuk to sign, and Gaudreau is a free agent. Well, Gaudreau appears to be on his way out, but he hasn't signed. He hasn't signed with anyone. That's the big one. Kadri as well hasn't signed. And how's Calgary going to respond? Tom Gazzola is saying if you're in Edmonton, you're feeling pretty good about your spot in the Pacific Division. I think LA, they're going to take, I like the move of them getting Kevin Fiala. So who else is in that Pacific Division? Like it's not a good division.
No, Vancouver got Mikheyev.
They got Mikheyev, yeah.
Vegas is trying to get rid of salary, potentially Max Pacioretty. That's been thrown out.
There was one player who put out a tweet on social media, Huss, who says he's available here and he's interested. I don't know if you saw this one.
No, I've been talking for the last 4 hours. I haven't seen much.
You mean you're not scrolling Twitter there?
No.
Okay. I loved this. There's some humor here. I like this. Yarmer Yager tweets, NHL GMs, I am also free agent. Once again, 6'3", 265, 50 years old. Slow, but strong and good hands, and bring experience, and like to play only home games. Call me anytime. And then he says, also, as the owner of the hockey club in Czech Liga, I'm looking to sign a defenseman. No jokes. So Yager.
Attaboy, Yags.
That's awesome.
What a hilarious dude he is. To me, the big winners today was the Tampa Bay Lightning. The extensions the Lightning have on key members of their team going forward. Eric Cernak, 8 years, 5.2. Anthony Cirelli, this is the deal I just love, 8-year deal, 6.2. And Mikhail Sergachev, an 8-year deal at 8.5. What's that? 118. They basically gave out $160 million in salaries. But three cornerstones of these championship teams and the run to the final this year sticking around. And they also brought back Vladislav Nemetsnikov on a 1-year deal, still waiting for some details on that one.
Yeah, Cap Friendly has 2.5 million here, so they brought him back. As far as lock up your own guys, yeah, Tampa's pretty good. They have the extensions here. The Ian Cole is their veteran, I guess, replacing Ryan McDonough. They got Bogosian for a couple more years too, so I think Tampa's going to be a good spot. That Hagel contract, you have a guy who can contribute for 2 more years at 1.5 million. That's why they gave up the multiple picks.
Yeah, the 2 first-round picks,
it's such
no doubt. And they knew they were going to be very late first-round picks. Roscoe Pico train's back. What a situation.
Yeah,
What's up, Roscoe? We were wondering where you're at the last couple of days. And shout out to Comet, my favorite comment in the chat in a while. All caps. Bring back the McRib. Co-sign on that. Big McRib guy, Reem.
Well, someone was asking in chat about the status on your McGriddle that you were eating before. Did you finish it?
I did. I finished it when when we played that clip of Tim Stapleton.
Okay.
By the way, if you just joined us afterwards, we did do about a 3-minute clip of Tim Stapleton, but it was a long, hilarious, awesome conversation. We're going to have that for you in the next couple days heading into the weekend. And we had a lot of fun talking to Tim. He is an absolute beauty, and this was quite fun to have him on the program because, as I said, and thanks for cutting that because I knew at some point talking about not much, at least locally, for the Winnipeg Jets over the course of 4 hours, we maybe were going to need a 2 or 3 minute break.
Yeah, well, we've been powering through nonstop for 4 hours. No commercials. You took a 3-minute break. This is pretty well done. As far as contract terms, the David Perron contract terms have come in, and you got to like this for Detroit if what people in chat are saying are accurate. Hold on. Let me just
2x4.75.
Yeah, here it's on TSN. 2 years, 4.75 mil for David Perron. So I like that one for Detroit. I think they've improved. The challenging Ottawa as offseason champions, but I don't think they're there. They didn't get I agree. When you get the best player out of those offseason champion candidates in DeBrincat, give it to Ottawa. Giroux, strong as well. Get him Matt Murray. Although we didn't talk about Cam Talbot. That happened last night. Minnesota dumping Cam Talbot. You didn't think
we found that out while we were at the Downs.
You didn't think that was going to work, really, with the two goalies. Like, Fleury's not going there to share the crease. Like, he was just in that situation. Cam Talbot, I think he was upset the way it went down last year. They're also up against the salary.
Boo-hoo. I loved Bill Guerin when he said, hey, I don't have shit to do. I've got two good goalies signed for next year. You know, at a certain point, I mean, there is a level of expectation, I guess. But I mean, Cam Talbot's not Patrick Roy. And frankly, if he was playing lights out, they probably don't have to go and get Marc-Andre Fleury last year. So I don't know. I don't have a lot of time for that. That being said, considering the cap crunch for them to flip Talbot for Gustafsson, I get some cap savings, allow them to do a little bit more today, and handle those cap penalties a little bit better. I thought it was a pretty good move for Bill Guerin in the Minnesota Wild.
Yeah, I like it for them too. You can get, I mean, you see so many teams now having a starting goalie, then a backup, in the low dollar range. So I don't think, that's the most efficient use of your money, especially in Minnesota when you're up against it. I mean, you can get a guy who's way less and can help you. And for Ottawa, I mean, they get out of that Matt Murray contract, they get Cam Talbot. So, I mean, Dorian's making moves.
Dorian's been awesome. Hey, just quickly, I know I mentioned the McRib, and that completely got the chat sidetracked. There's been lots of comments on McPizza. I just have to ask, though, Mike Wynn mentions McDonald's subs were fantastic also. I do not remember subs at McDonald's. Is that a real thing? Do you remember that, Reem?
No, I don't remember that.
Mike, we need more information in the chat on those McDonald's subs.
Is he talking about the hockey hero sandwich? Is that what he's talking about?
Oh, okay. That was a burger,
sub?
though. Well, that was a burger.
That was a burger?
Basically like a McDLT on like a hoagie bun.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I could be wrong. I usually stick with Value Picks menu now. Whatever's on there.
I'll say, you know what? There still will be some stuff going on the next few days. We won't have to resort to full fast food conversations, but I can guarantee you at some point in the 6 weeks between probably next week and the end of August, we'll have a little bit more time for that today. That being said, Reem, with everything being so quiet for the Winnipeg Jets today, I wouldn't be surprised if we did hear a depth signing or two later on today. But it ironically might be tomorrow where there's a little bit more action once the dust settles, at least for the Jets. Maybe adding a little bit more. But, I mean, I think what I'm far more interested in as far as, depth guys that might be playing on the fourth line is, whether the landscape of the league due to free agency has changed up enough that trade talks might be heating up, in particular for defensemen on the Winnipeg Jets and, of course, the ongoing situation with Blake Wheeler.
Yeah, will we see a trade? Will someone, maybe Florida, who didn't hit on some of the big names, will they go and be interested in a guy like Blake Wheeler? I'm not so sure. We can pull up Cap Friendly. I think we can expect a Jets depth signing. I'm not sure who it's going to be. I mean, there are a couple of names out there. Nino Niederreiter's a UFA. I don't know what he's looking for. I've liked him the last couple of years. Andre Palat's one of the bigger UFA names. Where does he end up? Him and Kadri, I think, are the big ones. Ryan Strome as well, and Dylan Strome. I would like to see a Strome brothers as a package deal. And who else are we looking for? John Klingberg was one, and Paul Stastny. Where's Paul Stastny gonna land? He's taking his time, last I read, from Andy Strickland. And then I don't know. Does New Jersey do something? I think we're waiting for this Gaudreau signing. We thought it was going to be New Jersey. Like, wouldn't it be done already? What's taking so long?
Well, what's taking so long is that Lou Lamoriello doesn't pick up the phone until 1 minute after free agency starts. So if Lou is in there trying to get in the mix, and we have heard that the Islanders were maybe going to take a run at Johnny Gaudreau, that, maybe that's complicated things a little bit. Or maybe he really wants to go to Philadelphia and they're telling him, hold on a sec, we got to figure out a way to trade JVR or get some cap space off of our books to afford to sign you. would have been smart about maybe thinking about that last week when they made the trades and the acquisitions that they did.
So who's taking all this cap space? If the Flyers, first of all, I wouldn't never sign with the Flyers. I feel like as far as organization competency rankings, since Vancouver, switched over to their management, I think Philadelphia has shown that they don't have much direction there. So I wouldn't, but I would sign with New Jersey. They seemed like a team that's on the up. And so but you said Philadelphia wants to move JVR. We had heard Vegas maybe wants to move Pacioretty. The Jets apparently trying to move Wheeler. Like who's gonna take all this money? So we will wait and see.
Yeah, believe me, it's far from done. And free agency, especially this year, I think just a part of the puzzle, especially from the blue line with, the lack of top quality defensemen. Although a guy like Ben Sherratt, no offense to him, getting almost $5 million on a new deal. Another raise after what he got in Montreal with the contract he signed after being a Winnipeg Jet.
I was going to say, is that more than his last contract? Man, this guy's made a great career since leaving Winnipeg. Good for him.
Yeah, and hey, cashed in with a team that had a lot of money and needed to spend it. We have a trade to announce.
We do?
We do. And this is involving one of the top spots on the trade bait board every time, Arizona cap space. Because the Coyotes have traded a guy named Ty Emberson to the Rangers, and they take on the contract of Patrick Nemeth. And for that, the Rangers give up a second-round pick in 2025 and a conditional 2026 second-round pick from the Ken Holland book of borrowing from tomorrow to pay for today. We're now having 2025 and 2026 second-rounders moving around, to make room for cap space. And whether that means they've got another trick up their sleeve, we will see. Of course, many people thought that Nazem Kadri might end up in New York, or at least Andrew Kopp. No Kadri, at least at this point. No Kopp. Ryan Strome not there. It was Vincent Trocheck who got 7 years and basically the same AAV, around 5.6 that Andrew Kopp got from the New York Rangers.
Yeah, we thought Kopp to the Rangers. It seemed to be a great fit, but he ended up going home, and who can resist playing in front of friends and family? Grew up in Michigan, playing with other former Michigan Wolverine, Dylan Larkin. He was asked on TSN today if Larkin was calling him, trying to get him to go there, but he said not really. But I guess will we circle on the Jets calendar? We'll have to look it up. When does Detroit come for Andrew Kopp's return, and what kind of tribute video will he be getting? I mean, we're all hyped about the Paul Maurice return, but as I bring up the Jets schedule, when is Detroit coming here? It's only going to be one time. We're going to have to put it on the calendar.
Yeah, absolutely. The Kopp return, and there'll be a nice welcome back video for Andrew Kopp as a great member of this team for a long time. And certainly I think people are pretty pleased with the return that the Jets got on the trade, which netted them Morgan Barron, Brad Lambert, and Elias Samuelson from the draft. But listen, good for Andrew Kopp going home. It's a nice story, cashing in, getting a contract that he has very much earned after betting on himself.
He's been going for that contract, I think, for a while. I think that was his goal: get to free agency and cash in. And look, we're very, very happy for Andrew Kopp and Ben Sherratt, Eric Comrie, a bunch of former Jets names signing on the dotted line today. And that game, March 31, 7:00. That's a Friday night. Andrew Kopp's return. So going for a season ticket draft, you can see the runner-up off-season champ, the runner-up to the off-season champions or off-season runner-ups. Detroit Red Wings. That's my pick. Ottawa's number one.
Yeah, Ottawa, a great run for that. Hey, just a quick before we get out of here, couple updates. First of all, let's see upcoming contests. WST British Open. All right, 34 entries right now. That starts at like midnight tonight. So if you do want to get in our British Open contest on DraftKings, it's $3. Top 5 win. We've got up to 50 people. So check the WST Winnipeg Sports Talk League in DraftKings. You can send us a tweet if you're needing a link. Or Remo, actually, if you can, maybe just throw it up in the chat now.
Yeah, if anyone wants to play fantasy, we have fantasy CFL and golf this week, DraftKings.
I got my lineup in for CFL as well.
I got to do
ready to do for that. But you got to get the golf in today because the cutoff is midnight tonight with tee off. And that's a nice little segue into our Coolbet lines for today. Again, by the way, baseball, Jays, where are our Blue Jays today? They're at home to the Philadelphia Phillies, minus 111, a very slight favorite. Charlie Montoya fired as the manager of the Blue Jays. Do we know who the new manager is, Remo?
Yes.
Do they have an interim, or what's the story with that?
Manager John Schneider.
Okay, John Schneider. Oh, geez, one of the Dukes of Hazzard. Amazing.
Sure.
Yeah, I guess that's a reference. It's a little too old for you, but real ones know. He was one of the, I believe that was Bo Duke, not Luke Duke, John Schneider. Probably a different John Schneider, just saying.
He's the bench coach, John Schneider.
Blue Jays are back in action tonight without Charlie Montoya. And Coolbet has an incredible selection of wagers available for the Open Championship. Let's take a quick look at the odds board. Rory McIlroy is down to plus 1050, was 11-1. 18-1, Schauffele and Jordan Spieth. John Rahm, Scotty Scheffler, Cam Smith, Justin Thomas at 22-1. Ooh, I got to feel good about my Cam Smith ticket. I got him at 30-1 earlier this week. Matty Fitzpatrick coming off his big win at the U.S. Open. He and Shane Lowry are 24-1. Cantlay 27. Willie Z 30-1. Morikawa 35-1, the defending Open champion. He had to give the claret jug back. 40-1 for DJ and Tommy Fleetwood. Oh, Tony Finau went from 50 to 45. That would be a dream win. Terrell Hatton 50. And let's go down. Where's Eldrick? Tiger Woods 75-1. I'm on Tiger top 20 at plus 280. There's a great matchup with Tiger at plus money versus Bryson DeChambeau. I will be on that as well. And I'll probably find a few more things to sprinkle on as well. Again, if you've never played a Coolbet before, use the promo code WST. We'll double your first deposit up to $200 over at Coolbet. Remo, do we have some breaking news?
We have a Jets signing. People are asking in chat who this guy is. I gotta be honest, not familiar with him. I thought it was.
How about a name?
Okay, bring up the name. They tweeted it out. Kevin Stenlund. 1 year, 2-way contract. They just tweeted it out.
Kevin Stenlund. Here we go.
You got any info on this guy?
He was a second round pick in 2015 of the Columbus Blue Jackets. Has been splitting his time. Well, split his time last year between the Blue Jackets and the Cleveland Monsters. This is a depth signing. I mean, probably a Manitoba Moose guy. But did play 32 games, 5-5 in 2021, and another 32 games for the Columbus Blue Jackets, 6-4 in 32. Actually played quite a bit in Sweden. He is a Swede, HV71 junior, as well, and then has been over in North America for the better part of the last 5 years. So Kevin Stenlund, a little depth signing on a 2-way deal, 25 years old, 6'4", 211. So might look good in a Manitoba Moose jersey, or who knows, could be one of those players that sort of bounces back up and forth, does have some NHL experience with 71 games and 11 goals in the NHL.
All right, just reading the reaction in chat. Pierogies and Pucks says good depth signing. He's a big body. So, there we go. He played a couple games with the Blue Jackets last year. You think this caused you think the floor hockey game from Winnipeg Media at the ice at the Canada Life Center is still going, or they take a break for this one?
Free Press and Sportsnet employees on Winnipeg Jets Raider following posted Twitter video of their work playing street hockey in the middle of the day. Definitely the highlight of today. Folks, if you joined us late and you're normally with us between 1 and 3, we actually started at 11 a.m. today. We had a nice chat with Paul Edmonds. We had a number. Ian Mendes joined us from Home of the Off-Season Champions, the the Ottawa Senators, Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period, and then Tom Gazzola, Murat, and Mike McIntyre as well. Remo, do you have horse picks? Needless to say, I've been nonstop for the last 4 hours, so I haven't really been able to identify who I like tonight.
Yeah, we got to go. So actually, I gave my picks yesterday. I had one good winner. I did a $10. I changed my strategy to two $10 bets. One of them won. I got a $45 return.
What?
One of those bets
on race 6?
Let me
because race 7, it's a good thing we left when we did. There was a gate malfunction and everything got returned. If you bet race 7, you probably had a refund in it.
No, it was race 5. I had the top two, $10 Quinella. So I'm fired up. Let me bring up. I'll tell you what I did, and I'll tell you who I'm going to bet on here. I'm switching up my strategy. I'm going with $10 to win. I like this horse. It's not legendary leader. It's flat out leader. Number 1. This is the guy I want on my team. Flat out leader. I'm taking him to win. I'm just going my wife's strategy. She's just like, look, I'm just picking. You just look at the list now, and whatever name is pulling you in, that's who I'm going with. I'm just going with. I'm playing it simple. This is what I did yesterday, and I had my best day at the Downs in months. And for some reason, number 1 horses, both of them, coming to me. Warbridge to win. Sounds like a winner. That is a winning horse name. I'm going with Warbridge. And yesterday, I'll tell you my big win. Race 5, $10 Quinella, paid me $45. I'll tell you the horse names. They're coming up. Ruby and the Stars and Fly Through Traffic. So that's who I was on.
Nicely done. All right, I'm going to just drop here $1 triactor box, race 3. We'll go with your Warbridge.
Mhm.
We will drop Camino, Destrella, and where's that guy? My guy Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Where's he on?
He's on Bombilegato.
Bombilegato. Okay, we'll do that. Although, now that I think about it, Jorge Carreno, who won on Fox Appeal for the Winnipeg Sports Talk race last night, is actually the leading jockey. I think just when I was out there, Ronaldo won everything.
Here.
That being said, I'm not going against it.
I forgot to mention, shout out to the Downs Hus for giving us this frame too.
Oh yeah,
I took it
no
home.
doubt. Looks good. You got to get it up in the background.
It'll go next to our WST plaque for best podcast.
That's right, and radio station for last year. Shout out to the WNLA Awards. We appreciate that and everyone's support.
I got to show you the picture of Tico and Paulie yesterday at the Downs. He's in chat.
Oh, perfect. Tico and Paulie. Yeah,
he won like $300. So he was the big winner of our group.
Yeah,
yesterday.
that was the 2-3 Quinella with a button mushroom on the first horse. He had it in on a Quinella, and a $2 bet on this horse paid $42. So you won 3 digits, and Tico Paulie had the big one right off the bat.
Yeah, we took it home. So here, I'll give a shout out. That was our night at the Downs yesterday. As we wrap it up, do we need to ring a bell here for the Stenlund signing? Everyone was saying we need like a bell.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think we at least need a one-way contract to ring the bell.
Rittich got one. I never did the contract horn here.
Okay, there you go. And that goal is actually because Billick just scored on Weeb in the floor hockey game. It's at Canada Life Center right now.
Okay, here's this picture of Tico Paulie yesterday. There it is with the cash.
Oh, Tico Paulie with the grill. He looks this best Paul Stastny look, and flashing some cash like Paul Stastny might be when he signs a contract a little later on.
Yeah.
But once again, thanks to everyone that joined us. That was a heck of a lot of fun last night.
He was wearing the Ice Caps third jersey too, which was pretty sweet jersey. I don't know if they wore that one too often, but showed it to Tico and Paul. He's in chat, typing in all caps.
Of course,
he was owning it.
No, it was beautiful. Okay, I've added in. Speaking of picking by name, we know this horse well. Is that race 3? Race 2. We need VLTs, please.
That's a good horse.
Yeah. So I've got 4 on that. I got 6 on the other one. And I guess I've got to put another 20 down because the 10 came back last night with that last race not going. So I'll figure that out. I'll let you know what the picks are. But anyways, folks, great show today. A long one, but we appreciate everyone hanging out. But it has been a long time just talking straight for 4 hours. Reminds me of the old draft shows on TSN where we basically started up and it was just go time. The thing that's different about this is we don't have any real commercial breaks.
We could have like recorded some though. I could have got you just to record like your reads and just play them.
This is the thing, Remo. We may be partners, but you never think of my health and well-being through all of these things. You just, hey, we're going on at 11. Yeah. I'm like, okay, fine. And, and now you get to this point where I'm ready to collapse at the end of it all. That being said, though, hey, well worth it. I mean, listen, it would be nice to have a few more fireworks, although, I mean, go back. Think about all the teams that make the big push in on free agency day, the first day. More often than not, they end up blowing up in your face. And the bottom line is, I don't know anyone that was expecting any huge moves from the Jets right now that didn't involve trades, and I think those are still very much on the table. And the fact that they haven't happened yet is good for us because I know we'll all be interested tomorrow and Friday and next week on this. And you know where we'll be right here on Winnipeg Sports Talk Daily. Folks, thanks so much for hanging out with us today. Again, if you popped in late at like 1 o'clock, there's an extra 2 hours of the show. We began at 11 o'clock today. Remo, I'm sure, will clean up a little bit of it, make it a bit tighter for the podcast. But the bottom line is it's all here on the YouTube channel. And it's only Wednesday. Tomorrow, more reaction and a full recap of everything that's happened over the course of today. I'll look at where the Jets go from here. And obviously, we'll take a look at what trade options might have emerged after free agency for the Winnipeg Jets. Great stuff. Thanks to all the sponsors for making for their support of Winnipeg Sports Talk, and thanks for you all for hanging out with us for this extended show for NHL free agency. That's going to do it for us. Geez, if only we could have that live stream of the floor hockey game going on to capture the hearts and minds of Winnipeg fans for the rest of the afternoon. We'll figure out some way to get it done. But anyways, gang, thanks for doing this. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow, 1 p.m. Don't forget, red subscribe button. Make sure you're subscribed to Winnipeg Sports Talk and join us daily, 1 p.m. Central, here on WST.
Oh, my God! Oh! Shut it down! Let's go home!
Thanks for tuning in to Winnipeg Sports Talk Daily. Make sure to subscribe on YouTube and your favorite podcast feed at winnipegsportstalk.com.